With respect and solemn reflection that I move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Many of us attended Holocaust Memorial Day events across the country, including the national ceremony in London. His Majesty the King attended the commemoration at Auschwitz-Birkenau alongside Chief Rabbi Mervis, Holocaust survivor Mala Trebich, and leaders of 50 countries. Last week, I had the honour of listening to Holocaust survivor Manfred Goldberg. What struck me was that although Manfred was now 94, he related what happened to him as a young boy as if it was yesterday. He told us about the heartbreaking moment when at age 13, he and his mother were sent off to work while imprisoned at the Pleshu concentration camp. On their return, his little brother, Herman, was missing. They never saw him again. For over 70 years, Manfred held his small hope that somehow Herman survived and that one day they might be reunited. But sadly, that was not to be. Manfred's story about his little brother brought home to me that while we rightly remember that 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust, we often miss that 1.5 million were Jewish children. Manfred's story touched me deeply as he spoke of his mother and the loss of her youngest son. I am the youngest son in my family, and I recently lost my dear mother. Let me take the opportunity to give my heartfelt thanks to noble lords for all the kindness shown to me in the last few weeks. It does not really matter how old you are, the loss of a mother affects you deeply. My mother was an inspiration. One important thing she taught me, which is so relevant in today's debate, is that we must never forget the lessons of history. The history of the Holocaust provides lessons for the whole world. It shows us that what can happen when hatred takes over society, when barriers are created and fellow humans are treated as something different, something to be despised. Nazi ideology can be hard to comprehend. It was ruthless and fearsome. Children like Manfred's younger brother Herman were especially vulnerable to Nazi persecution. Nazi Germany and its collaborators not only murdered 1.5 million Jewish children, but tens of thousands of Romani Gypsy children, 5,000 to 7,000 German children with physical and mental disabilities living in institutions, as well as many Polish children and children residing in the German-occupied Soviet Union. Along with elderly people, children had the lowest rate of survival in concentration camps and killing centres. People over 50 years of age, pregnant women and young children were immediately sent to gas chambers at Auschwitz-Birkenau and other killing centres. Until mid-1943, all children born in Auschwitz, regardless of origins, were murdered, usually by phenol injection or drowning. Later, non-Jewish newborns were allowed to live. They were entered in the camp records as new arrivals and tattooed with a prisoner number. Due to woeful conditions in the camp, few lived long. Children born to Jewish mothers were routinely murdered. Thousands of Jewish children survived this brutal carnage, however many because they were hidden, with identities disguised and often physically concealed from the outside world. These youngsters faced constant fear, dilemmas and danger. Theirs was a life in shadows, where a careless remark, a denunciation, or the murmurings of inquisitive neighbours could lead to discovery and death. Of course, none of these stories could be preserved without the men and women with the courage to tell them. Women like the remarkable Lily Ebert, MBE, who died at home in London in October last year, aged 100. Her life after Auschwitz showed that even in the face of unspeakable evil, the human spirit can triumph. And Kirk BEM, who died earlier this year at the age of 96, arrived alone in London, aged 10, on the Kindertransport, and dedicated her life to raising awareness about the horrors of Nazism. Anne was married to Bob Kirk BEM, who also came to the UK on the Kindertransport and died late last year, aged 99. They were a wonderful couple who dedicated their lives to sharing their story, a story of how they left their home and parents as children and made new lives in the United Kingdom. Anne met Bob at a social hub called Adut, meaning togetherness, for Jewish refugees. The couple married in 1950 and had 2 children. It wasn't until 1992 that they told their sons about their background after being invited to speak at an event commemorating Kristallnacht at Northwood Synagogue. It was during the couple's speech that their children discovered the truth of their upbringing. I often think how hard it must be for survivors to give their testimony, to return to those moments, to remember those darkest of days, to recount how loved ones, husbands, wives, sons, daughters were taken away. I want to also take a moment to debunk the idea that we did not know what was happening. From 1942 onwards, reports of the mass murder of Jews in continental Europe began to reach Britain. As the tide of the war turned against Germany and its allies, the British Jewish community started to plan for post-war relief work. Jewish aid workers began, after the liberation, to report that some children had survived the Nazi concentration camps. In May 1945, Leonard Montefiore, a well-known philanthropist, travelled to Paris to meet with the heads of Jewish organisations. Before returning home, he wrote to Anthony de Rothschild, chairman of the Central British Fund, now World Jewish Relief, outlining a scheme to bring a few hundred children from Bergen-Belsen or Buchenwald to Britain. On his return to London, Montefiore drew up detailed arrangements, not only planning how he was going to get the children to Britain, but how he was going to give them the best possible care. The British government approved his proposal and granted permission for 1,000 child survivors to be brought to the UK. At this point, it was believed that no more than 5,000 Jewish children in Central and Eastern Europe had survived the Holocaust, and those would be cared for in allied and neutral countries like Sweden and Switzerland. So the Home Office's offer of 1,000 visas was a fitting response. That said, the offer of help from the British government was not without conditions. The children had to be aged 16 years or under and would only be granted permission to stay in the UK for 2 years. They were not to be cost to the taxpayer a penny, and the Central British Fund was to be financially responsible for the entire cost of looking after them. The money to do this was to be raised privately. It was later stipulated that only children who had been in concentration camps would be admitted to the UK, although the age limit was raised to 18 in 1946. In the end, just over 700 children came to Britain. The boys, as they were known, even though there were girls there too, arrived in 5 groups. The first group arrived in August 1945. This group is known as the Windermere Boys and was made up of 300 children. The second group arrived in October 1945. This group is known as the Southampton Boys and was made up of 152 children. The third group arrived in March 1946. This group is known as the Belgica Boys and was made up of 149 children. The fourth group arrived in June 1946. This group is known as the Paris Boys and was made up of 101 children. The fifth group arrived in April 1948. This group is known as the Schonfield Boys and was made up of 21 children. Their story is less well known than the Kinder transport through which 10,000 Jewish children were saved in the aftermath of Kristallnacht in 1938. The boys set up the 45 Aid Society in 1963. They wanted to say thank you and to give back to the society that had welcomed them. Over time, the running of the 45 Aid Society has passed to the children of the boys, often referred to as the second generation. The second generation are the custodians of the testimonies and life stories of the boys. They keep their testimonies alive and make them relevant for future generations through educational activities, community events and fundraising. I want to thank these custodians, but I really want to say a special word to the survivors. Every day that you have lived, every child and grandchild that your families have brought into this world has served as the ultimate rebuke to evil and the ultimate expression of love and hope. We only need to look at today's headlines to see that we have not yet extinguished man's darkest impulses. But none of the tragedies that we see today may rise to the full horror of the Holocaust. The individuals who are the victims of such unspeakable cruelty make a claim on our conscience. They demand our attention, that we not turn away, that we choose empathy over indifference, and that our empathy leads to action. That includes confronting the rising tide of anti-Semitism around the world. We've seen attacks on Jews in our streets and in the streets of major Western cities. We have seen public places disfigured by swastikas. Some foreign governments continue to rinse their history, and some are unwilling to recognise that the Nazis could not have done this alone. They needed willing partners. It is up to each of us, every one of us, to forcefully condemn any denial of the Holocaust. It's up to us to combat not only anti-Semitism, but racism and bigotry and intolerance in all their forms, here and around the world. We cannot eliminate evil from every heart or hatred from every mind. But what we can do, and what we must do, is make sure our children and their children learn their history so that they might not repeat it. We can teach our children to speak out against the casual slur. We can teach them there is no them, there's only us. I have had the honour of attending many Holocaust Memorial Day events over the last couple of weeks, each one different and yet all the more meaningful. My department funds the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and this year granted an additional £80,000 to their existing annual grant of £900,000 to ensure that the Holocaust Memorial Day ceremony was televised on the BBC, and I've been told that 2 million people tuned in to the ceremony. As we approach the 25th anniversary of the Stockholm Declaration, it is important to take stock of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's achievements, IHRA. IHRA is perhaps best known for its non-legally binding definition on anti-Semitism. There are many other tools relating to accessing archives, safeguarding sites, and a toolkit to fight Holocaust distortion. These are just a few of the tools developed by IHRA in partnership with the experts, and I pay tribute to the work of Lord Pickles in particular on this area. IHRA is important because it holds each and every one of us to account. We all have issues with our history. The problems we face today are more complex and more subtle. It has been a long process, even for democratic countries, to confront their own problematic histories. Year on year, we see countries rinse their history, rehabilitate people. Well-known anti-Semites morph into nationalists, become heroes in the fight against communism. It was only in 1995 that the French government accepted responsibility for the deportations and deaths of over 70,000 Jews, and Austria finally dispelled the myth of being Hitler's first victim and made amends to Austria Nazi victims. In the United Kingdom and in the United States, we need to come to terms with the fact that we did not open our borders and accept Jews fleeing the Nazis. Earlier, I mentioned the kinder transport. In the case of the UK, we accepted children, but not their parents. Most of the children never saw their parents again. The work of the Holocaust Educational Trust, the Association of Jewish Refugees, and the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust to ensure that we never forget is more important now than ever before, especially as the number of Holocaust survivors is dwindling. Each and every one of us that has had the privilege of hearing first-hand testimony has a duty to keep their memory alive. That is why we remain determined to create the UK National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre at Victoria Tower Gardens, a place where we can learn about the Holocaust, a place which will ensure that we never forget where hatred can lead. Subject to passage of the bill and to recovery of the planning consent, we hope to begin construction before the end of this year. These words of Holocaust survivor and Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel are very important. Never shall I forget that night, the first night in the camp, which has turned my life into one long night, 7 times cursed and 7 times sealed. Never shall I forget that smoke. Never shall I forget the little faces of the children, whose bodies I saw turned into wreaths of smoke beneath a silent blue sky. It has been 80 years since the Soviet army liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau and the Americans liberated Buchenwald and the British Bergen-Belsen. We owe it to those that were murdered, those that survived, and those that liberated the camps to never forget, and to ensure that every generation knows where hatred and indifference can lead. Before I end, I would like to pay tribute to my noble friend, Baroness Anderson. We all know how dedicated she is in tackling anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred. She has never given in, despite appalling levels of abuse directed at her. She is someone I greatly admire. As a man of faith, and as the faith minister, I think it is only fitting that I end with the following words penned by the late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs. May his memory be a blessing. I quote, "We know that whilst we do not have the ability to change the past, we can change the future. We know that whilst we cannot bring the dead back to life, we can ensure their memories live on and that their deaths were not in vain. My Lords, I look forward to everyone's contributions, in particular the maiden speeches of my noble friends, Lord Katz, Lord Evans and Baroness Levitt. I beg to move.
Yeah. The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, I thank the noble Lord the Minister for bringing this important debate to his Lordship's House today. It's been my solemn duty to bring this debate to the House in previous years, and I congratulate him on his speech. I'm also looking forward to hearing the maiden speeches of Lord Evans of Sealand, Lord Katz and Baroness Levitt, and I know the whole House will join me in welcoming them to your Lordship's House. On Holocaust Memorial Day every year, we remember the unspeakable crimes of the Nazi regime against the Jewish people. We remember also the many political prisoners, Soviet prisoners of war, Polish, Roma, Sinti, lesbian and gay victims of the Holocaust. My Lords, it is on Holocaust Memorial Day that we remember the unique evil of the Holocaust, the killings of Jews because they were Jews, as part of the Nazis' plan to wipe out the entire Jewish people. The history of the Holocaust is a bitter truth, and we must never shy away from repeating that truth. Auschwitz, Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, Mandendek, Treblinka, these are just some of the haunting names of the places where Jews were imprisoned, beaten, worked to death, tortured and exterminated, murdered because they were Jews. But not all the names of Nazi camps are so familiar to us. Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen were just 2 of over 1,000 concentration camps operated by the Nazi regime for the mass persecution and murder of Jews and their other victims. 80 years ago today, on the 13th of February 1945, Soviet forces liberated Gross-Rosen concentration camp. By 1945, there were no Jews left at Gross-Rosen, because on the 2nd of December 1941, the head of the camp, Anton Thurman, gave the order that no Jew is to remain alive by Christmas. On the 12th of October 1942, the last 37 living Jewish prisoners were sent to Auschwitz. Isaac Egon Oxon, a Jew who was in Gross-Rosen from 1941 until October 42, before being transferred to Auschwitz, gave evidence after the liberation of the camps that showed the appalling treatment of Jews at Gross-Rosen. Giving evidence, he said, "The sport of Commandant Thurman, favoured in winter, was to have many Jews daily thrown alive into a pit and have them covered with snow until they were suffocated." My Lords, we must never forget. In this 80th year of so many liberations, we must also remember the liberation was not the end of the story for the victims and survivors of the Holocaust. Many Jews died early because of the harm the Nazis did to them during that Holocaust. The wounds of families that were broken by the Holocaust were felt for many years, and, my Lords, are still felt today. Holocaust Memorial Day was intended to be a reminder of the suffering of Jewish people in the past, but, my Lords, we sadly know that Jewish people are still not free from persecution. Since 2023, we have seen a shocking rise in anti-Jewish racism, as we've heard from the noble Lord and the Minister, on our streets, online and in our schools. In 2024, the Community Security Trust recorded 3,528 anti-Semitic incidents in the United Kingdom, the second highest total ever reported to the CST in a single year, second only to 4,296 recorded in 2023. Anti-Semitism in this country is growing, my lords, and it is shaming that the spike in anti-Semitism we have seen over the past year has directly followed the worst massacre of Jews since the fall of the Nazi regime. When I moved this debate last year, just months after the pogrom, October the 7th, I recounted the story of 91-year-old Moshe Ridler, a Holocaust survivor, murdered in the Holit kibbutz, just over a mile from the border with Gaza. His home was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade and then by a hand grenade. My lords, to his 18 children and great-grandchildren, may his memory be blessed. The deaths of 1,200 people who were murdered in the October 7th pogrom, as well as the ongoing sufferings of hostages and their loved ones, remind us of the importance of the work of the organisations like the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust, and they've never been more important. I would like to put on record my thanks to the CEO of the Holocaust Educational Trust, Karen Pollock, CUBE, who does so much important work to ensure that our children and grandchildren are taught about the horrors of the Holocaust. I also thank the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and its CEO, Olivia Marks-Waldman, OBE, and her team, which deliver the annual Holocaust Memorial Day ceremony and the thousands of local activities across the country. 80 years on, my lords, and still the Jews experiencing persecution, discrimination, and at worst fear for their lives across the world. That is the imperative of our commemoration. We must not merely ensure the Holocaust is never forgotten, we must remember, actively reflect on, and learn about the unique suffering of the Jewish people in the Holocaust. We must teach it to our children and remind our neighbours of the insidious threat of anti-Semitism. We must never forget and hold to the promise, never again. Only by keeping our covenant to remember may we hope to end anti-Semitism for good. My lords, I look forward to hearing the reflection of noble lords across the House, and my thoughts and prayers are, as always, with the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and their families.
Yeah.
My lords, never was the national anthem's "Long Live Our Noble King" more apt a tribute than when seeing the King spending hours at Auschwitz-Birkenau and paying tribute in the most sincere words possible. And I'm sure the entire Jewish community here and around the world was moved and grateful. For some of us, every day is Holocaust Remembrance Day. My earliest memories are of my mother weeping over my bedside because of her inability to get her mother into this country out of Poland, and she blamed herself for her mother's death. On my father's side, he lost his mother and 2 siblings. His tiny ancestral village on the border of Poland and Ukraine during the war lay in the path of the Russians coming one way and the Germans coming the other. When the Germans arrived, they summoned all the Jewish women to the village square with their valuables. Next door to my family lived a Polish painter, Eugeniusz Waniek, who subsequently went to Krakow and became very well known. My Aunt Helena, on her way to the square, rushed next door to him and thrust into his hands a set of silver cutlery wrapped in a linen cloth. "Keep this," she said, "until we get back," which of course she and her children never did. He did a brave thing which could have cost him his life had it been discovered. He hid the silver in the cloth in a box in his garden, and at the end of the war he took it with him to Krakow. There was no internet then, and he never knew what had become of my family. I happened to speak about my origins to the distinguished historian of Poland, Norman Davis, and in 2008 he wrote in a Krakow newspaper about my trip to the family village. The painter Waniek, by then 102, was read this by his carer, he declared he had something for me. And to cut a long story short, I returned to his flat in Krakow, where in the presence of the media, and after a glass of schnapps and some reminiscences, he presented me with the cutlery in the same linen cloth. They are the only artefacts I have that were touched by my lost family. And what a tribute it is to the bravery endemic in such small acts in those terrible times. He died 3 months later. So it is with some pain that I wonder what they mean when Britain's politicians and leaders support Holocaust remembrance. What do they mean by remembering it and by never again? What I see is ignorance of the history of anti-Semitism and the mistaken framework that treats the Holocaust as consigned to the Nazi past, not the preceding 2,000 years and today. Maybe with good intentions, the Holocaust has been globalized. That means it makes it seem as if Jews were just one of many casualties. It's therefore exceptional to focus on them or on anti-Semitism, and that the notion of genocide can be spread far and wide and thin. Jewish scholars will tell you that to assemble the Holocaust with other genocides reduces its meaning only to that vague word, hatred. It dilutes and avoids the centrality of anti-Semitism. Restricting the Holocaust only to the Jewish tragedy, as it should be, does not, of course, mean that the loss of Jewish lives is worth any more than any others. But the record in recent years shows a marked reluctance to acknowledge the specificity of Jewish suffering. The Holocaust is entirely different from the other genocides we remember, both in history, continuation, manner of execution, worldwide extent, collaboration and result. The government, by going along with the structure that the Jewish Shoah should not be commemorated on its own, but always in tandem with other Nazi-targeted groups and more recent genocides, has opened the door to generalizing the Holocaust. This goes on to enable the Jews to be forgotten, not mentioned by Good Morning Britain or Angela Rayner when marking Holocaust Remembrance Day. And it leads, sadly, on to comparisons between the Holocaust and the Gaza War, most shockingly by the Irish president. For half a century, it's been assumed, without evidence, that learning about the Holocaust prevents lapses into anti-Semitism. But it does not. That is in part because the Holocaust has been detached from the rest of Jewish history, and because it's been used as a lesson in morality and democracy. It's easy enough to portray the Nazis as evil and the Jews as innocent victims. Then the lessons go on to indicate that it was not this generation that committed those crimes, that we are not bystanders. That must not be allowed to become an absolution. It should not be allowed to place anti-Semitism firmly in the past. That is wrong. We should not forget, even in this country, the massacre of Jews in 1190, the expulsion in 1290, and in my own hometown, Christchurch Cathedral is built right in the middle, on top of the houses that were occupied by the Jews. There is too much politicization, de-Judaization, and universalization demonstrated at Holocaust remembrance ceremonies, and this is counterproductive. The late Lord Sachs of blessed memory explained how anti-Semitism mutated from a hatred of the religion, then the race, and now the only Jewish state. It is, sadly, only a state of one's own and the means of self-defense that stops genocide, as can be seen from more recent genocides. If Israel had existed in 1938 rather than 1948 and had been able to take in refugees rather than being blocked by the British, how many thousands or millions of lives might have been saved? In the 1940s, Israel was able to take in the Jews thrown out of other Middle Eastern states, whose persecution we should also remember. In 2023, we saw the new Holocaust threats from the invaders into Israel from Gaza and their desire to repeat it. This government is rightly keen on Holocaust remembrance, but the government should accept that it has a special responsibility for the protection and safety and understanding of the State of Israel. It should also acknowledge that it has failed to stop anti-Semitism demonstrated in our universities and on our streets. Holocaust remembrance is ineffective unless backed up by supporting and understanding a safe and strong Israel, the real meaning of ensuring never again. We also need to teach that the Holocaust did not succeed. Since the end of it, 24 Nobel Prizes, business leaders, philanthropy, cultural achievements, a new state. The distinguishing feature of the Jewish community down the ages is survival. Let us go on an upbeat note. We survived against all the odds, not death, not victimhood.
My Lords, it is an honour to participate in this debate, and I anticipate hearing many more thoughtful and powerful contributions like those we've already heard. In particular, I look forward to hearing the words of the noble Lord Katz, who will follow me, and I congratulate him on making his maiden speech today, as will Lord Evans and Baroness Leavitt. I declare my interest as a former chair of the Council of Christians and Jews, and with that in mind, I was very glad to see on the speakers list today my friend, the noble Lord Shinquin, who shared with me as a trustee there, and I look forward to what he has to say. My Lords, on Holocaust Memorial Day, we remember the lives of the 6 million Jewish men, women and children, along with other groups, who were murdered by the Nazis. And this year has been particularly significant as it marks the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. As the noble Lord, the Minister, has pointed out, as each year goes by, the number of living people who have their own personal accounts of surviving the Holocaust diminishes. It's all our responsibility to ensure that their lives do not simply become statistics in a history book, but they are remembered as people, each with their own stories and experiences. And in that regard, I commend to your Lordships the Forever Project, an interactive experience that I visited at the Beth Shalom Holocaust Centre in Nottinghamshire. This project gives people the opportunity to hear from and to have a question and answer session with a hologram of a Holocaust survivor. Through using AI and voice recognition, it is an innovative way to preserve their memories and to enable future generations to learn about their experiences. Those memories serve as a reminder and a warning of where anti-Semitism can lead when left unchallenged, and we must be alive to prevent such atrocities recurring. This is why commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day each year is so important. It is a matter of fact, and it is a matter of shame, that through a distortion of Christian theology, the Church, in almost all its branches, has historically contributed to the immense suffering and injustice experienced by Jewish people over the ages. And it follows that the Church must have a vital role and duty in partnership with others in actively standing against anti-Semitism. And this is a major task for our renewed theological understanding today. The theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day is For a Better Future. But to build such a future, we cannot be passive. It requires commitment and action from each one of us. Genocide is not inevitable, nor does it happen overnight. It is gradual, beginning with the othering of those whom we consider different from ourselves and the normalisation of acts of discrimination and hatred. And while the horrors of Auschwitz move further into history, Sadly, anti-Semitism does not. One persuasive analogy for anti-Semitism, I believe, is that of a virus which mutates over time and reinfects society in different forms. The most recent statistics published by the Community Security Trust, cited by the Nobel Baroness Scott, underline the dimensions of the resurgence of anti-Semitism in our own time, in our own country. And the use of social media has only fueled this, exposing more people to hateful content and enabling anti-Semitism to spread further and faster. But this is preventable. We can choose to shape a better future, built on our shared humanity and strengthening the fabric of our communities through mutual understanding and trust. We cannot afford to be complacent bystanders. We must actively challenge anti-Semitism and all discrimination wherever we see it, to seek understanding rather than fearing those who are different from ourselves. We must personally question the small remarks, whether they be so-called jokes or throwaway comments, which can appear insignificant, but can so easily build to destructive hate on a greater scale. Interfaith dialogue, I believe, plays an important role in this, as well as an example of how those of different beliefs can come together to find common ground and connection. On Holocaust Memorial Day this year, the Council of Christians and Jews organised a profound morning of testimony, reflection and prayer as a testament to the power and significance of that dialogue. And I finish with some words that Rabbi Charlie Baginski shared at that meeting. She said, "Optimism in this sense is not the denial of pain, but the radical choice to imagine and work towards something better, something more just, something that can heal the divisions we face. This vision of a better future is not a distant dream. It is a call to action. It is a call to reject the forces of hate and division and to embrace the transformative power of empathy, connection and community. My Lords, let us not forget the horrors of the past, but let the memories of those who experienced them spur us on to build a better future free from hate and division."
My Lords, it is an honour to speak in the debate opened by my noble friend, the Minister Lord Khan, and to be able to hear from so many noble lords on this subject, not least in a few minutes' time from my noble friend Lord Dubs, whose wise words continue to inspire. I must start by thanking noble lords from across the House for the warm welcome that I have been given in the few days I've been here, and also, of course, the doorkeepers, attendants, and all the staff of the House, who have been so supportive and have done their level best, often in vain, to stop me from getting lost. I also wish to thank my supporters, my noble friend Lord Kennedy of Southwark, Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent, and also my noble friend Lord's Leader, Lady Baroness Smith of Basildon, for all the support and encouragement that they have given me. My Lords, as the memory of the Holocaust, that most singular act of evil, fades into the distance, and the number of survivors who can bear witness to the cruelty of Nazi persecution diminishes, we must redouble our efforts to etch the Shoah and subsequent genocides into our collective memory. I want to add my voice to that of other noble lords today in thanking the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust for all the work that they do to ensure this happens. But, my lords, they face a Sisyphean task. Research from the Claims Conference, published last month, found that 52% of those surveyed in the UK did not know that 6 million Jews were murdered in the Holocaust, and nearly a third could not name any of the camps or ghettos established in World War II. Those figures underscore the scale of the challenge in the face of social media misinformation which seeks to downplay, distort, and even deny the reality of the Holocaust, one of the most documented events in world history. Our truth is indeed under attack. And this is our responsibility too, my lords. Debate is coarsened and conspiracies are fed when senior politicians compare their opponents to Nazi collaborators or doubt their loyalty to this country. My lords, my family was one of the lucky ones. My dad's father was the last of my forebears to come to Britain, making the perilous trip from Bialystok, then in Russia, now in Poland, to the East End of London in 1911. Sadly, we know little of what and who he left behind. We cannot be sure, but it seems highly likely that some of my family would have perished in the war, simply for the crime of being born a Jew. He was a tailor, as was my mum's father, who insisted that before putting down a deposit on new houses being built in Edgware in the 1930s, the site foreman walked him to the school that was promised to be a few minutes away. He knew, and as so many emigrant families do, of the power of education to transform your life chances. The lesson stuck. His daughter, my dear mother Doreen, spent her life teaching and passed the lesson on. And as someone who attended a comprehensive that had never, before me, sent a pupil to Oxford, I understand all too well the importance of decent education in promoting social mobility and providing opportunity, from, perhaps especially from, the earliest years to university access and vocational education. This is a vital part of the government's economic agenda, my lords. We should view human capital as important as physical capital when we talk of removing obstacles to growth. I say this as someone who has spent the past 2 decades working in transport, specifically rail, including for both an operator and for the rail union TSSA, where I had great pleasure and the honour of working for the noble Lord Rosser, much missed from this place. Yeah. And so I appreciate the government's drive to invest in the infrastructure our country so dearly needs to thrive. For long a neglected subject, I'm pleased to see that it is a real focus for this government. I'm not really a dyed-in-the-wool railwayman. I don't argue rail for rail's sake, but for what it achieves, connecting communities, enabling prosperity, and again, promoting social mobility. We need more rail, more integrated, accessible public transport, and I hope to be a strong advocate for it in this place. More widely, we must build our way out of the economic malaise we have inherited, not just infrastructure, but housing, to address the crisis young people face. I salute the government's ambition on house building, and I'm most definitely a YIMBY in this regard. Nor can we fall into the trap that investment is a zero-sum game geographically. I am, I must admit, a born and bred Londoner, but I will insist that investing in London will continue to be good for the rest of the country and vice versa. One should not and one must not come at the expense of the other. Hear, hear. My lords, I will just pause to reflect that it speaks so highly of both my party, but more importantly, our country, that a little over 100 years since Chaim Katz stepped off the boat, fewer than 80 years after Solomon Goldberg left the East End for Edgware and helped found the synagogue there, their grandson is a peer of the realm. This is but one thread in the special tapestry woven by immigrants, depicting the contribution they have made and continue to make in 1,000 different ways. Sadly, the tolerance and generosity of this nation, which helped so many immigrants settle and thrive, was not to be found for Jewish people in the Labour Party between 2015 and 2019. As chair of the Jewish Labour Movement, a social society affiliated to the Labour Party since 1920, we found ourselves defending our members who've faced the vile toxin of left anti-Semitism, which had been allowed to enter and fester in the party's bloodstream. Inaction and passivity from the then party leader sent a clear signal that this discrimination was tolerated. The party that so many of us had joined because it believed in equality and fought discrimination doubled down rather than face the difficult truths. It doubled down out of political convenience. Too many suffered during those years, but it would be truly amiss of me not to mention my noble friends, Baroness Hodger Barking, Baroness Anson, my soon-to-be noble friend Luciana Berger, and Dame Louise Ellman, who were the particular and public targets for much of the hatred. The impact, of course, on the wider Jewish community in this country was even greater, considering that at the height of the Labour Party's leadership then, it had a membership of well over 400,000, and there are but 300,000 Jews in this country. I will never forget tear-streaked conversations with people in Hendon and Mill Hill, lifelong Jewish Labour voters, telling me they simply couldn't trust the party, our party, anymore. How could we have let them down so badly? It is forever to his credit that the first thing Keir Starmer did when he won his leadership election was to apologise for and vow to root out anti-Semitism from our party. He understood the moral and political necessity of this mission, and he succeeded. Working with my noble friends, Lords Evans of Sealand and Baroness Ramsay of Walheath, who I look forward to hearing from later, we in JLM challenged, cajoled and drove Labour to meet the challenges set down by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, following that body's landmark ruling that the party had broken equalities law. Process and rule change was part of that story. Education and leadership, as ever, much more so. I will, my lords, forever be proud of the role we in the Jewish Labour movement played in helping to save the Labour Party. My party is still in the foothills of rebuilding trust with the Jewish community, but I think we have returned to a place where Jews voting in the general election last year made their choice on policy platforms, not out of fear, as they did in 2019. We must never, never allow that situation to rise again. Indeed, if the 2019 election was in part about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, in turn, the 2024 election was, in a smaller part, about anti-Semitism in the whole country. As we've already heard from my noble friend the Minister and the noble lady, Baroness Scott of Bybrook, following 7th of October, which saw the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, anti-Semitism has risen to unprecedented levels. Not merely as a reaction to the ground war that started sometime after that date, but from the 7th itself. Anti-Semitism, to paraphrase Conor Cruise O'Brien, is the lightest of sleepers. Any excuse, my lords, any excuse will stir it to life. On our campuses, on our streets, around our homes, our synagogues, our schools, the levels of anxiety and fear British Jews feel is palpable, the worst I have seen in my lifetime. The Prime Minister has been clear that this spike in anti-Jewish hate is intolerable, just as he has been clear that the remaining hostages taken by Hamas on that fateful day and being held in Gaza still must all be brought home now. My lords, it surely cannot be difficult for people, for us all to grasp, that we must not blame British Jews for the action of the Israeli government, just as we do not blame British Muslims for the actions of Hamas. From this basic proposition, my lords, surely all else must follow. As ever, it is through education that we must tackle hate on all sides. Integral to this, my lords, is ensuring that Holocaust education is, in the words of our Prime Minister, a truly national endeavour.
My lords, it is a privilege and honour for me to be able to follow the speech of my noble friend, and indeed may I congratulate him on what he has done and what he has said today in his speech. As we know, he was National Chairman of the Jewish Labour Movement since 2019. He's got a long history in the Labour movement. He was political officer of the Transport and Salaried Staffs Association, working with our late friend and the noble Lord Rosser when he was General Secretary. He also served on Labour's National Policy Forum and retains a keen interest in transport matters and rail in particular. He's also served as a local councillor, representing Kilburn for Camden Council from 2010 to 2014. He was a Labour candidate for Hendon in 2017 and Cities of London and Westminster in 2001, in which role I preceded him and also lost many years before. And he was recently awarded an MBE for political and public services. I always enjoy meeting colleagues who've been local councillors when I have something in common, and I do understand the contribution that local councillors make to life in their communities, and we sometimes devalue that sitting here. Now, Mike also talked about his family history, And I think it's appropriate on this day when we're debating this topic that we should remember the family history of people like him and what it led to this country becoming the country it is. And of course he talked very strongly about anti-Semitism, a scourge on any country and a scourge on this country when we saw anti-Semitism. And I found the anti-Semitism painful. I found it personally upsetting, and I still find it upsetting. My Lords, just recently, the Prime Minister invited to tea in number 10 Downing Street. First time I've been there for some years. Well, I'm hoping. but he invited both Holocaust and Kindertransport survivors, and above all, the children and grandchildren. And there are not many of us left, has been said already, who actually came to this country on the Kindertransport, and there are even fewer, sadly, of people who survived the horrors of the camps. I remember there was an occasion here when there was an event which I think the Holocaust Education Trust organised in one of the committee rooms, and there were Holocaust survivors. And they asked me what I was, and I said, well, I just came on a Kindertransport. And they said, isn't that wonderful? I said, look, compared to what you went through, I just got on a train. And 2 days later, I arrived in Liverpool Street Station. What you went through was unbelievably appalling. And we respect what you've been through and your sense of purpose and tenacity. Sadly, there are not many people left in either category, either in Holocaust survivors or indeed Kindertransport people, and that's why it was interesting to be I repeat it again, to have tea in 10 Downing Street with the Prime Minister. I noticed King Charles also been to Auschwitz and has again spoken out strongly in opposition to anti-Semitism. And the words "never again," I mean, the appalling tragedy in Israel on October the 7th. I have to say, some of the events in Gaza, in Bosnia, Rwanda, Darfur, Syria, what's happened to the Yazidis. I'm afraid it doesn't seem we're learning what we should be learning as a world. I wonder if I could just refer again to Nicky Winton, who organised the Kindertransport which brought me to this country, and indeed, when I became a good friend of his, before he died, we were good friends and we chatted occasionally, and I think he was a marvellous example of a human being who devoted himself to helping other people. He got to Prague, he saw what was happening in 1938-39, and unlike other people who say, this is awful, and walk away, he said, this is awful, I'm going to do something about it. And that distinguished him. And if I could put in a plug for the film One Life, which came out about a year ago, I've seen it twice, and I have to say it brought me to tears every time. And it was a remarkable tribute to a remarkable individual. Now, on the Kindertransport, Britain took 10,000 children, mainly from Germany, Austria and Czechoslovakia. Sometimes some of us argue, and this is not the real point of this debate, that 10,000 was not a very large number, but if we did it then, we can do it now. But that's for a future bill on another occasion. Although it's interesting to read the Hansard of the time when the Commons was debating whether Britain should take Kindertransport children, and there were voices then of the sort of voices we've heard more recently. But the fact is, this country did it. This country took the people. And there's I'm sure your Lordships will be aware, but just off the central lobby in the House of Commons, there is a plaque in the corridor, a thank you plaque on behalf of the 10,000 children who arrived in Britain on a Kindertransport, thanking Britain for having given us safety. And I often take people on when I take people on a tour, I show them that and said, look, this is where we're thanking Britain for what they did to save us. Now, like many people, I've been to some of the camps. I went to Auschwitz, and I found it a painful experience. It's even painful to think about it today. I was with a friend who'd also fled from Czechoslovakia, and we were standing there looking at the suitcases. And in those days, people had initials on their suitcases. And we were looking to see if there were any people we knew whose cases were there and who then died in the camps. Well, I didn't see any of those. More recently, and again, I think I mentioned this last year, I was invited to Berlin along with Hella Pick, that wonderful journalist, to a commemoration of Kindertransport in the German Bundestag. And they had an exhibition about Kindertransport. It was a very moving thing, all the more so that it took place in Berlin, in Germany. And may I just reflect on an experience I think I made in this debate last year. Some time ago, I was invited to a school in East London. And it was a intense school, but it was all Muslim boys. And the project they were working on was Kindertransport and the Holocaust. I did my little piece about refugees and so on, and the Holocaust. And then the first question in the Q&A came from a 14 or 15-year-old boy who said to me, "What do I say to somebody who denies the Holocaust ever happened?" And I think that question was such a powerful question. It's a sign the school was doing a good job. It's a sign the message was getting home, that this was a question that you wanted to be able to repudiate if somebody mentioned it to them elsewhere. And it makes me feel, whenever I've talked to schools about these issues, schools really get it. They do understand what's going on, and it is very rewarding to talk to school students, and indeed that's why I would pay a tribute to the Holocaust Education Trust and the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust for the work that they do. And if anything is going to come out of the tragedy of the Holocaust, it is the next generation who will carry this forward when those of us that were closer to it are no longer here. And that's why I was so shocked when Elon Musk was photographed doing a Hitler salute. Maybe he didn't mean it, maybe he didn't understand, but I find there's something quite shocking when these sort of things happen. Well, I sometimes wonder whether decency and the values that we uphold, whether there isn't a rather thin veneer, and that things can even be swept aside. I remember one of the things that I read about some years ago was that a German soldier who was working, I think it was in Auschwitz, wrote to his wife back in Germany and said, "Make sure the children clean their teeth." Now, what a contrast between somebody who was murdering Jews, murdering them, gassing them, day in, day out, and yet he was worried whether his children were cleaning their teeth. I find that difficult to understand. Last year we saw some riots, tragically. And again, it made me think, sometimes there is a thin protective layer of decency in countries, and our job is to make that layer much thicker. But a thin protective layer, because the way these riots exploded and the way people tried to petrol bomb hostels housing refugees, I mean, I found that deeply shocking. And by the way, can I say this? I've talked to many of the faith groups who are all supportive of the cause of refugees, and I think it's a tribute to the many Jewish groups that I have spoken to, that they are very supportive of refugees. Pretty well all the refugees, in fact, happen to be Muslims. But the Jewish community is very, very supportive. And I think, again, that's the sort of thing that should be said more often. Well, may I just finish with one story? I was in a refugee camp in Jordan, and a decent camp, actually. It had sanitation, electricity, prefabricated buildings and so on. But I was talking to a Syrian boy, and I said to him, what's your situation? He said, well, I finished my education in the camp. It's good. He said, I've tried to get a job in the camp. I can't. I've tried to get a job elsewhere. I can't. And it made me think, human beings, and I refer to Holocaust survivors in particular, but human beings can put up with terrible situations if there is some hope for them at the end of the line. If there is a bit of hope, that is what matters. And I think our job is to make sure that there is hope and that the scourge of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are eradicated. And our job is to spread that word. That's why I welcome a chance to be able to take part in this debate.
My Lords, I very much welcome this debate initiated by the Government during its presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and I congratulate the Noble Lord, Lord Khan, on his speech. It's an honour to follow the Noble Lord, Lord Dubs, as it always is to work with him. We are blessed today by three maiden speeches of the Noble Lords, Lord Evans of Sealand and Lord Katz and Noble Lady Baroness Levitt, all on the bench opposite. Only Lord Katz has spoken before me, and I think the chairman of the Jewish Labour movement has shown what a great contribution he will make to this House. Now, if I may squint at my phone and lose, I'm going to have to scratch a few words later on. I found an interview he did with Jewish News, explaining how his family originated in Bialystok, then Russia, now Poland. But he recounted his preparation for his introduction to this House. I was asked by this very nice man, "We just wanted to check whether any of your family has been ennobled." I thought to myself that in the past, some of my family may well have been on the run from Russian nobility. Thought that encapsulated a bit of his history. This year, we of course mark the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau in January 1945. I was grateful to be invited to the ceremony led by Foreign Secretary David Lammy at the FCDO, where we heard both from a Holocaust survivor and from a young woman, among many others. And she, like myself, being non-Jewish, but she spends a lot of her spare time on Holocaust education because she can see how vital it is to all of us. I recognise the special pain for the Jewish community, but as the Holocaust Memorial Trust says, the Holocaust threatened the fabric of civilization, and prejudice and the language of hatred must be challenged by us all. Holocaust Memorial Day is for everyone. And the Holocaust Educational Trust, another trust which does such great work, notes that as the Holocaust moves from living memory to history, this Holocaust Memorial Day presents a key opportunity to bring the Holocaust to the forefront of our national conscience. This was a theme emphasised by Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying that as the number of Holocaust survivors regrettably diminishes with the passage of time, the responsibility for remembrance rests far heavier on our shoulders and on those of generations yet unborn. The act of remembering the evils of the past remains a vital task, and in so doing, we inform our present and shape our future. And my Liberal Democrat colleague Vicky Slade MP made a similar point in the debate 2 weeks ago in the other place. As the living memory of the Holocaust reduces, it is more important than ever that each of us keeps it alive through our own annual acts of remembrance and in calling out anti-Semitism and all acts of discrimination and hate against groups because of their faith, nationality or identity. Last October, we sadly lost 100-year-old Holocaust survivor Lily Ebert, to whom the Minister referred, and she did so much to ensure that the Holocaust would not be forgotten. I'm delighted that her mantle has been taken up by her impressive great-grandson, Dev Foreman. I was struck by a comment by the Prime Minister about how in Auschwitz he saw photographs of Nazi guards standing with Jewish prisoners staring at the camera, completely indifferent, and in one case even smiling. The Prime Minister said it showed more powerfully than ever how the Holocaust was a collective endeavour by thousands of ordinary individuals utterly consumed by the hatred of difference. The Holocaust was not only a crime wider than the SS, but it did not come out of nowhere, since preceding it there was years, centuries, millennia of discrimination, of persecution, both as groups and as individuals. As my colleague Vicky Slade said, there was a decade before the Holocaust, a whole decade of dehumanising a whole community. Dehumanisation of people, which has been called the fourth stage of genocide, is the key to enabling not only persecution but extermination. Amid all the terrible bleakness and horrors of Auschwitz, I found the arch over the entrance gate emblazoned with Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free, the most chilling in its utter cynicism. When I go to Jewish and Holocaust museums, or indeed to Yad Vashem, which I visited twice, I not only find the photographs of persecuted Jews subjected to pogroms or victims of the Nazis hugely emotional, but I also find desperately poignant the photos of hard-working, bourgeois and successful Jewish families in German and other towns and cities who strove to fit in, to do everything to become respectable citizens of their home country. They sought to belong, and they were still destroyed. I have on my bookshelves at home, which I've had for about 20 years, I think I bought it in New York, a book by Vienna-born Amos Elon called The Pity of It All, a portrait of the German Jewish epoch. It describes how in the 2 centuries from the entry of penniless 14-year-old Moses Mendelssohn, later of course famous philosopher, into Berlin in 1743, entering through the Rosenthaler Tor, the only gate permitted to Jews and cattle, until 1933. So from 1743 to 1933, with German Jews increasingly and hugely contributing to Germany's intellectual, political and economic development, with the Weimar Republic being the high point of the assimilation and integration of German Jews into German life. The writer notes that alongside the Germany of anti-Semitism, there was a Germany of enlightened liberalism, humane concern, civilized rule of law, good government, social security, and thriving social democracy. But none of that saved Germany's or Europe's Jews, because the continuing discriminatory attitudes of their fellow citizens had never been removed and were there to be exploited. I was sorry that London's Jewish Museum closed in 2023. We do, though, have the very impressive Holocaust galleries at the Imperial War Museum and also the Wiener Holocaust Library. We are privileged to have as a member of this House and Times columnist Lord Daniel Finkelstein, grandson of German Jewish scholar and anti-Nazi campaigner Alfred Wiener, who founded the Wiener Library in 1933 in order to warn the world of the Nazi threat. I hope he does not mind me referring to him and quoting him in his absence. Within weeks of the appalling attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, graffiti was daubed on the Wiener Holocaust Library, and Lord Finkelstein, still like me tweeting, as Danny the Fink, well, he tweeted Danny the Fink, understandably reacted, "I'm so upset by this graffiti attack on my grandfather's library. Alfred Wiener had a PhD in Islamic studies and cared deeply about Arab people. To see his Holocaust archive vandalized in this way suggests an attack on Jews, not a critique of Israel. It is dismaying." So I'll just finish, because as I must, that we've seen since October the 7th a distressing rise in anti-Semitic speech and attacks, with hostility to the very existence of the State of Israel. When people chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," this is not a call for 2 states, but for the destruction of Israel, based not only on anti-Zionism, but anti-Semitism. We have pledged never again, but political developments around the world, not least in Germany, are deeply troubling. Our vigilance must be constant, vocal and vigorous.
Well done, Sarah.
My Lords, I draw attention to the House to my entry in the Register of Interest, particularly those relating to Holocaust remembrance. I congratulate Lord Katz on a wonderful speech. He reminded me very much of how I felt when I first arrived here. I can remember being given an office on the 3rd floor above Royal Court and then spending the next 2 weeks trying to find it again. I thought he gave an informed speech for a maiden. It was one that is very clear is going to make, his contribution is going to make a very big difference to this House, and I welcome him here. He comes with a magnificent reputation, and I'm personally looking forward to hear him speak again. A couple of weeks ago, I stood close to the railway arch at Auschwitz-Birkenau, close to where, over 80 years ago, my friend, Ivor Pearl, would last talk to his mother. On the separation ramp, he jumped lines to join her and his little sister. "I want to be with you, Mum." She replied calmly, "No, Ivor. Go and be in the other line with your brother." He obeyed. They would never see each other again. By the time he was allotted a hut, both mother and daughter were dead and cremated, and their ashes cooling. Ivor remembered that it was a beautiful, warm spring day. Noble lords may recall that Ivor's inspired the strapline of the UK's presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance line, "In plain sight," meaning the Holocaust did not happen in dark corners, but in bright sunshine, with the whole world watching. The UK holds the presidency at the cusp of a significant change. Within a few short years, Holocaust survivors will move from contemporary memory into history books. How we deal with the loss of witnesses has received vigorous debate for the last few decades. When I took up the role as Special Envoy 10 years ago, the feeling among some was that empathy was the key and that everything would fall in place naturally. I had my doubts. Unsupported empathy is fragile and fickle. If you doubt that, consider the indifference the world has shown to the Israeli hostages. Consider the reaction by humanitarian agencies to those poor, those 3 emaciated people that were released, one man hoping to be reunited with a family long dead. Not a single word of comfort came from any of the self-described humanitarian agencies. The UK presidency, in our strategy this year, has adopted a triple-track approach around 3 headings to support empathy: landscape, archives including testimony, and objects. On landscape, the IRA adopted the Safeguarding Sites Charter, which sets out guidelines for the preservation of murder and detention sites. The UK played a pivotal role in the drafting of the Charter. Across the killing grounds of the Holocaust sites are deteriorating with the passage of time, with neglect, and with willful destruction. The Charter lays down a set of advice aimed at preserving the sites with dignity. Complementary to the Charter, there are reminders in people, buildings and places. Our presidency is keen to engage with young people, and we did this through a remarkably successful My Hometown project, which invited schools across our members' countries to look during the Holocaust in former occupied countries and those receiving victims of the Nazis and their collaborators, produce original and moving projects. Schools participated from as far afield as Argentina to Greece, and from the United States to Poland, and member countries in Britain, including the United Kingdom. Most projects attracted favourable media attention, linking familiar buildings and places with the Holocaust locally. On archives, the presidency worked with the Association of Jewish Refugees on our legacy project, the Holocaust Testimony Portal, which pulls together for the first time testimony from the UK Holocaust survivors and refugees who made their homes here. This includes testimony from the AJR's Refugee Voice Initiative, the UK Holocaust Memorial Foundation, the Shaw Foundation, and many more archives. Hopefully, more archives, particularly the smaller and more specialist ones, will join in coming months. The portal allows you to see testimony from individual survivors across the decade in one place. IRA formally established the Archive Forum that will encourage the flow of information between archives. I'm a past chair of the Alston Archives, which is the world's most comprehensive archive of the victims and survivors of the Nazi and their collaborators. The collection has information on over 17.5 million people and belongs to UNESCO's Memory of the World. In recent years, Alison has improved its public access to the archive. To commemorate the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the camps, IRA broadcast over social media 80 Objects, 80 Lives, a digital project of 1-minute clips which features 80 objects from film testimony of British Holocaust survivors and refugees. The objects represent the personal histories and experience of Jewish Holocaust survivors during and at the end of the Second World War. Objects like teddy bears, a doll, a watch, a spoon take on special meaning. A passport with the letter J, a yellow star, a ball from Bergen-Belsen are bittersweet reminders of a lost world. Again, I thank the Association of Jewish Refugees for their help and creative help with the 80 objects. The UK is very lucky to have such a widespread support of Holocaust organisations, and we use the London plenary to showcase the UK's variety and veracity of these institutions. Even in these challenging times, the UK continues to have excellent reputation in the field of Holocaust remembrance, education and tackling anti-Semitism. The former Attorney General of Canada, Erwin Cutler, known to many in this room, described our policy as the gold standard for others to follow. The UK presidency addressed 2 pressing problems. We've had special conferences that have dealt with the problems of artificial intelligence and bringing people together across the various differences. And we organised a conference to deal with the teaching of the Holocaust because there was a lack of confidence after the 7th of October. We will continue to look and tackling Holocaust denial and distortion, and we continue to the end to look at the Stockholm Declaration. Next week we'll meet again to look at the next 25 years. We've moved now. That moment that we saw a couple of weeks ago, it was poignant on all kinds of level. We will never see the like again. 10 years from now, at the 90th anniversary, there won't be Holocaust survivors to speak. As the Minister said, we are now the custodians of their memory, and we have a duty to remember and to tell the truth. Thank you.
My Lords, I begin by congratulating my noble friend Lord Katz on his powerful and moving speech, and I look forward greatly to hearing the maiden speech of Lord Evans of Sealand, who speaks after me. It's an honour to follow Lord Katz. I think, like many of the others, because I knew that my maiden speech was fast approaching, over the past week or so, I've been anxiously listening to those made by my fellow new entrants to your Lordship's house. By doing so, I've learnt that it's customary to start with thanks. I say this because I want to emphasise that although it is customary, these are not mere words, but from each of us are something heartfelt and sincere. The extraordinary friendliness and the helpfulness of the house officials, the staff, the police and the doorkeepers have made what could have been a really rather overwhelming experience feel achievable. I'd like to pay a special tribute to the head doorkeeper, who told me with both humour and firmness when I should say good morning and when I should say good afternoon, depending on whether it was before or after prayers. I can say with confidence that I am unlikely to forget this early lesson. To all my new colleagues on this side of the House, as well as the noble lords from other parties and the crossbenches, thank you for the warmth of your welcome. I also want to thank my supporters. Of my noble friend, Lord Kennedy of Southwark, it has been an honour and a privilege to have had his support and encouragement. Of my other supporter, I shall say a few words in a few moments. In my professional life, I was taught at an early stage that you start all addresses by summing up the purpose of your speech in a single sentence. My single sentence is this: I am a criminal barrister. This not only explains what I've been doing for the past 40-odd years, but illustrates both what I would like to achieve through my membership of your Lordship's House and why I wanted to speak in this particular debate. Now, I'm going to guess that when I said I was a barrister, you probably all thought that you could predict who and what I am. I think perhaps words like establishment and conventional may have crossed your mind. But I thought to myself, as we're all likely to be working together for quite a long time, I should maybe reveal a little bit more about myself, including perhaps a few things that not many people know about me, but I reckoned I'm amongst friends. None of you can tell anybody. Yeah, you're right. It's all going to be okay. So I was astonishingly badly behaved as a child. When I was 14, I was expelled from a school called Rodine for being disobedient and a bad influence on the other girls. My unfortunate, very worried parents had to find a new school for me, not only in the middle of the academic year, but in the middle of a term. One school was persuaded to take me, but I hadn't learnt my lesson. My by now rather less worried and more exasperated parents made weekly trips to the headmistress's office to try and persuade her not to expel me for a second time. Somehow, I just about lasted the course, but decades later, I was visiting the school under my married name because I was a little unsure of my welcome, when a familiar voice shouted in a voice that you could have heard in Latvia, "Alison Levitt, you were the worst girl I ever taught." This was my old history teacher. She went on to say that at school I was a total nuisance, always questioning, always challenging everything. But some years later, she discovered that I had become a criminal barrister, and she said, and then it all made sense. Now, I'm not sure how my fellow barristers will feel about a typical barrister being described as a perennial nuisance, but they probably would agree that a constant questioning of the established order is something that we all do, and something of which we are rightly proud. I was called to the bar in 1988. Women barristers were having a pretty terrible time of it generally, but one of the most demeaning things was that we were not permitted to wear trousers in court. Skirts and dresses only, even when you were having to trudge through the snow to some far-flung court where your client, who was charged with a sexual assault, would sit there looking at your legs while you were desperately trying to take instructions and pull down your skirt with your other hand. Fast forward to 1995, when I was chair of the Young Barristers. At my monthly meeting with the then chairman of the bar, my noble and learned friend Lord Goldsmith, when he asked me about what can I do for the young bar, I took my courage in both hands and I replied, trousers. A little bit surprised, but entirely characteristically keen to do what he could for diversity and inclusion at the bar. He spoke to the Lord Chief Justice, and within days the rules were changed. As late as 1995, it was a novelty for women to wear trousers in court. I ask you. But this remains a moment of pride for me. So by now, you may have noticed a bit of a theme about me. If I wanted to self-aggrandize, I could call it wanting to achieve justice and support the rule of law, but I suspect that more accurately, it is endlessly and exasperatingly insisting on swimming upstream. But one of the reasons I am so delighted to have joined your Lordship's House is that I have a lifelong interest in the purposes of legislation which creates criminal offences. For this reason, sometimes laws are entirely pragmatic and designed to achieve a particular end. The compulsory wearing of seatbelts comes to mind. But sometimes a law does something else as well. The things that we make criminal say something about what our society finds unacceptable. An example of this is the change in the law which made rape within marriage an offence. Some said at the time that there would be hardly any prosecutions because it would be impossible to prove lack of belief in consent. But I was in favour of it because I thought doing this sent the strong message that our society does not believe that women are the chattels of their husbands. Now, decades later, juries do regularly convict of this offence. So sometimes we legislators can actually influence and bring about social change. The converse of this is that if there are laws which we do not enforce, it tells society that we do not think these transgressions matter. By not catching and not punishing shoplifters, for example, we run the risk of beginning to legitimise so-called low-level dishonesty, for which I predict there will be a very high social price to pay. I've said that I'm a criminal barrister, but for the last 3 years I've been a judge, doing criminal jury trials at the epic Snaresbrook Crown Court in East London. I resigned about 2 hours before the announcement of my elevation to your Lordship's house, so I have very recent experience of the sharp end of our criminal justice system that I hope in due course to be able to put to some use in your Lordship's house. Others will speak about and for the police, the prosecutors, the solicitors and the barristers and the part they play. But for now, I want to say something appreciative about my former colleagues, the judges, because I can tell you that to a great extent it is their hard work and their goodwill that is holding the beleaguered Crown Court system together, and they deserve our thanks. Also, as old habits die hard, if I occasionally address noble lords as members of the jury, I hope that I shall be forgiven. So why make my maiden speech as part of the Holocaust Memorial Day debate? I said a few moments ago that I would come back to my other supporter, my noble kinsman, Lord Carlisle of Berriew. He and I, as some of you will know, have been married for nearly 20 years. Some of you may have assumed that because of my family surname, I am Jewish, but in fact, I'm not. But he is, or at least his family were. My husband's parents were both Holocaust victims and survivors. His father's entire family, first wife, parents, sister, niece, were murdered in Poland by the Nazis. The only one to survive was my sister-in-law, hidden in Poland from the age of 2 until the war came to an end and she was reunited in the UK with her father. My husband's mother and her family survived in Poland between 1939 and 1945 by ducking and diving and assuming non-Jewish nom de guerre. So for our family, this is the most terrible, up-close and personal reminder of what happens when a society forgets why the rule of law matters. In the 1940s, my husband's parents arrived in the UK from Poland as refugees from the Nazis. I never met his father, who died years earlier, but I knew and loved his mother. This is not my story to tell, it is my husband's, but there is one reason why I wanted to speak of it today. His grandparents, who survived the Nazis but were then trapped in Poland by the Soviet regime, had got through the war by selling a few diamonds, which was all that they had managed to salvage of their earlier comfortable life. After the war, they came across a remaining diamond ring, which they then smuggled out of Poland by baking it into a cake and sending it to my mother-in-law, who by now was living in Burnley, Lancashire. So this bit of the story my husband cannot illustrate, but I can. This is the ring, which I wear every Holocaust Memorial Day, and I'm wearing it today because it conveys this simple message. They survived. They are still standing right here in the UK House of Lords. And so I too say, never forget, never again.
Very good.
Well, my lords, I've been looking forward greatly to today's maiden speeches, without trepidation in the case of the noble lords Lord Katz and Lord Evans of Sealand. And I congratulate Lord Katz on his maiden speech, and I know I look forward to Lord Evans's. They will bring much to your lordship's house. But at this point, I have the heartfelt, and I use the word deliberately, the heartfelt honour of thanking my noble kinswoman. I had to check with the clerks what was the right appellature for her remarkable speech. She demonstrated her eloquence, her wit, her determination, and her critical faculty, of which I have some experience. All of which will make her a valued member of your lordship's house. Her contributions on many subjects, I think, declaring my interest firmly, will be welcomed, especially those founded upon her unusual and profound knowledge of and contribution to our criminal justice system. And I should add that she brought me closer, much closer than I ever had been before, to my Jewish heritage, and I thank her for that. I turn now directly to the subject of the debate. I say that the Shoah, the Holocaust, was the event of the most unnatural scale and horror in the history of humanity. It brought the end of 6 million lives, some my own close relatives, people who had no interest in politics, no interest in government, no interest in how their country, Poland, was ruled. I was denied meeting one pair of grandparents because they were murdered. My sister, half-sister's mother, died in Auschwitz after spending 3 years there. On her death certificate, it says typhoid, but we know that she became ill and was shot against a pole outside a shed in Auschwitz. And visiting there, and I will never do it again because I don't think I could take it, was an extraordinary experience for me. And in my view, what happened to those people has left an indelible mark on the living. And I want to talk a little bit, and nobody has yet, about what is generally referred to as survivor's guilt. It's not a good description of what it is, but I actually can't do better at a moment like this. I don't know how many of your lordships have seen the remarkable BBC series, The Last Musician of Auschwitz. It is actually required viewing. It tells the story of brilliant musicians among the best in the world who faced the moral dilemma of whether they should play music whilst others in the camps, were marching to their deaths as slave labourers. And what happened to them is that survival won the debate. And that is what survival guilt is about. Survival has often won the debate, and of course they were right to do what they did, but it didn't go away after they'd done it. I've seen it, my lords, at close quarters. My father, all of his family died of murder, except my beloved sister, my half-sister in fact, now a lovely old lady living in a nursing home, spared by dementia from the memories of her experience as a hidden child. But before she became ill, she wrote a remarkable book published by Bloomsbury, the publishers, about what she remembered of her childhood between the ages of 2 and 7 when she was hidden in Poland. She was hidden by an audacious young woman called Frederica, who was a distant cousin, who ensured that the child, my sister Renata, survived the war. After the war, that woman brought Renata to her father, who was in England. He'd been a soldier in England, a medical officer. And in a glorious flash, they had a speedy romance. They married, and I am their son. But until I was 10 years old, I knew nothing about that background. My parents converted to Christianity, whilst my father was a general practitioner in Burnley. My mother walked into Manchester Cathedral and demanded to see the bishop, and that's how that happened. I was not told until I was 10 years old that Renata, by then 20, was not my full sister, as it was put to me that she'd had another mummy. It bonded us for the rest of our lives and still does. But it was an extraordinary early example of what survivor's guilt is all about. Another example from my family. My cousin Willy Verkauf. He left Poland when he was 17, just before the war. Went to Israel, came to Europe, and became an art dealer in Basel. How did he express his survivor's guilt? He discovered a painter called André Verlan. You will see André Verlan referred to in books which refer to paintings about the Holocaust. And André Verlan became a reputed Holocaust painter and artist. Survivor's guilt, André Verlan and my cousin Willy Verkauf were the same person. He invented an alter ego through which he could express his experiences before and the loss of his family in the Holocaust. And I'm very proud to say that I own 2 of André Verlan's works and have them at home. And then there's my cousin Eva. Eva came to lunch with me in this place. She looked at me as though it was completely bizarre that we should be having lunch here, and I had no business to be here, and what on earth was going on? We've all had these sorts of experience. I can see Baroness Anderson nodding. And she told me that she was in a concentration camp with her mother and her baby. The baby died. She helped her mother to commit suicide. One day she was sitting in a room with a number of women in the concentration camp, and a Nazi guard came in, and he took a 13-year-old girl by the hair and dragged her out of the room. A few minutes later, the girl returned weeping, saying, "He raped me, he raped me." A few minutes later still, the guard came back into the room, stood the girl up against the wall in front of all the other women in the room, and shot her dead in the back of the head. And my cousin, Ava, had real survivor's guilt, so much so that she married in America and had 2 fine sons, and she didn't tell them until nearly she died that they had had a brother or sister who died in a concentration camp. People have to live with these experiences. And what I say to your lordships is the importance of the Holocaust and of memorialising the Holocaust is that we must make sure that the rest of society lives with these experiences, so that when Lord Dobbs, who's done wonderful work, and I pay great tribute to him, I've watched him in Parliament for more decades than I would care to mention, because we're all getting older now, but the wonderful work he has done demonstrates that it's very important to educate so that people know that the Holocaust not only really happened, but was the worst event in history. So my real point is that Holocaust Memorial Day is not merely a day in which we remember, but it is very much part of the present. We who carry the sort of history I have appreciate the huge public support that comes through Holocaust Memorial Day. The day stands as a memorial and a reckoning for allowing all of us who celebrate the innocence of our grandparents and other close relatives and their death. And also for those of us who suffer the benefit of survival, as my parents and my cousins did, and as I do to a lesser extent, coming to terms with the past of which I knew nothing until I was 10 years old. I could say much more, but for now it's enough that in a debate like this, I say about the past that we have the opportunity to learn important lessons for the future.
Lords, Lord Weir of Ballyholme is taking part remotely. I invite Lord Weir of Ballyholme to speak.
My Lords, it is a great honour to be able to contribute to this vital debate, a debate in which the House is rightly able to speak with one voice, and particularly an honour to follow the long list of excellent contributions that we've heard. I welcome and look forward to hearing Lord Evans, who will be the next speaker in his maiden speech. But particularly I would like to congratulate both Lord Katz and Baroness Levitt on their excellent maiden speeches. I'm glad that I was able to follow Lord Carlisle rather than precede him. It would be wrong. I risk matrimonial disharmony if I was to come between husband and wife. But I look forward to hearing further contributions of both Lord Katz and Baroness Levitt in the future, having made such an excellent start. My Lords, the Nazis inflicted great atrocities across a wide range of communities, many of which have already been mentioned today. And it is right that we acknowledge and remember all of those. Evil is evil. But it is particularly true that I believe that the Holocaust, the infliction of an attempt to wipe out the entire Jewish community off the face of the earth, stands alone as being the greatest act of evil in the history of mankind. The murder of 6 million Jews, and it is Jews, not just people, is something that we must commemorate, I believe, at all costs. When we mention 6 million, it is sometimes difficult for all of us to get our heads around what that actually means in practice. Stalin once said that the death of a single person is a tragedy. The death of 1 million people is a statistic. We cannot afford the deaths of the the 6 million Jewish people in the Holocaust simply to become a statistic. And we should always remember behind each one of those 6 million is an individual life, an individual story, a father, a mother, a son, a daughter, a brother, a sister, a husband, a wife, a friend. It is the case that if there were no other reason than simply to commemorate the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and their families, that would be reason enough to hold the annual Holocaust Memorial Day. But sadly, there are other reasons which also compel us rightly to keep this uppermost in our mind. Firstly, it is clear that humanity has not learned the lessons of the atrocities of the Holocaust. Since 1945, and it is a word that is sometimes overused and maybe wrongly used, but there has clearly been a range of genocides inflicted throughout the world, from Cambodia to Rwanda, from Darfur to Bosnia. And so therefore, ensuring that we learn the lessons of history is critical to ensure that it doesn't repeat itself. Secondly, and even within this country itself, it is clear that anti-Semitism didn't simply begin with the Holocaust, but even more sadly, it did not end with the Holocaust. The last 18 months in particular has seen a heightening of anti-Semitic behaviour across the United Kingdom. We have seen it in our streets, in our schools, and indeed across our community as a whole, with the terrible statistic that 2024 was the second highest number of anti-Semitic attacks in recorded history. I was struck by a speech that Lord Wolfson gave in this House some time ago. When he contrasted that he was of a greater concern over his young daughter who lived in London, whenever she would go into London in a Friday or Saturday night to socialise, that he was in greater fear for her position than for his son who served with the Israeli Defence Forces. That, for many Jewish people, is an all too commonplace experience in our society. The poison and cancer of anti-Semitism is still with us, which is why we need to ensure that we constantly confront it and do everything within our powers to eradicate it. Thirdly, I think we need to understand and know the Holocaust to ensure that we learn the lessons from it and are vigilant to make sure that it does not happen again. There is, I think, a dangerous and historically mistaken belief that the Holocaust was a one-off terror perpetrated by a few evil fanatics at the top of the Nazi regime. Nothing, unfortunately, could be further from the truth. The Holocaust was the most extreme example, but built upon centuries of anti-Semitism across Europe. While we think of it as a terror, what is perhaps most chilling about the Holocaust was the efforts that were made by the Nazi regime to make everything appear as ordinary and as normal as possible. That was done for the purposes of trying to make sure that the Jewish victims of the Holocaust went to their deaths as compliant as possible. To the extent to which the fictions were created of, for example, the showers in the concentration camp, it was not built purely upon terror, but trying to create a sense of ordinariness and indeed a belief that nothing unusual was happening. And thirdly, of course, it wasn't just the actions of a handful of people. The Holocaust was brought about both by the active participation and often the acquiescence of tens of thousands, if not millions, of people who helped facilitate it. People in other walks of life we would simply regard as being ordinary and unremarkable. And that is why it is wrong for us to see this as some one-off event. That drags us into a place of complacency in which we believe the conditions of the Holocaust could never happen again. But in acknowledging the evils perpetrated by so many during the Holocaust, it is also appropriate that we acknowledge the bravery and dedication of many other people in Europe during that decade or so. Many people who acted with bravery and risked their own lives in sheltering members of the Jewish community and others, in protecting them, often directly at the expense of their lives, and in the UK as well. I'm very proud that in my constituency, in the village of Malile, there was a centre which served as a refuge for Jewish people directly before the war and just after it, helping to look after some of the children from the kinder transport just before and during the war. And indeed, it became a home shortly after the war to some of those who had survived from Auschwitz itself. That bond with the past has been built upon in Malile, and the local primary school, Malile Primary, has recently opened a Holocaust Memorial garden. And that is a living way in which the current generation can acknowledge what has happened in the past. Finally, it is the case that for many of us, I suspect most lords have had the great honour and the privilege, like myself, of both meeting Holocaust survivors and listening to the very moving and telling first-hand testimony of those survivors. But as we know, with the passage of time, the number of survivors is becoming less and less. In another perhaps 5 or 10 years, there will not be the opportunity for anyone else to receive that first-hand testimony, which is why it is important that the mantle passes to the rest of us to carry on that critical message, whether through the work of organisations such as the Holocaust Education Trust, the ambassadors through Lessons for Auschwitz, and indeed no better exemplified than by the actions of our sovereign, who give a truly remarkable example to the rest of us by becoming the first member of the British royal family to visit Auschwitz this year. That is the sort of leadership of example that we need to pursue. A former leader of mine, Peter Robinson, once described politics, I think quite accurately, as a never-ending relay race. For the survivors of the concentration camps, their race as individuals on this earth is nearly run. It is up to all of us now, the generation post-war, to grasp hold of the baton and to carry on the message of the critical nature of commemoration of the Holocaust, to ensure that not simply in words, but also in deeds, that we fulfill the promise of never again. Thank you.
My lords, it's humbling and I must say slightly daunting to follow in this debate such moving and important contributions, particularly from my noble friend Lord Katz and my noble friend Baroness Levitt. I will do my best. I'd like to do 3 things in this speech. Give some thanks, to briefly tell the story of why I'm here, and of course to contribute to this debate. First, some thanks to my noble friends Lord Kennedy and Baroness Ramsay of Walheath for introducing me, to Baroness Smith for her brilliant leadership and support, to the doorkeepers and all the Lord staff who've been a credit to this House and an enormous help to me. And with all these maiden speeches, I hope they feel cherished. They certainly deserve to. I would, of course, like to thank my noble friends, but I've been made to feel so welcome right across this House. And after only 3 short weeks, it's clear to me that this House is an extraordinary place. It certainly has its foibles, and it isn't perfect, but the quality of expertise, scrutiny and debate is world-class. Dig under the partisan froth, which occasionally bubbles up even here. Something terribly important is happening. The foundation of so much we have as a nation, it's democracy at work. So why am I here? Well, it started with my parents, both working class. Their values were family, fairness, decency and hard work. Together, they were greater than the sum of their parts, and they worked so hard to give my brother Rob and I the start in life that everybody should have: safe, secure, loving. So many people have helped me and encouraged me, but I will just pick out three. Dennis Wiseman, my English teacher at St Olave's School, saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. My friend and mentor Len Collinson, who told me I knew nothing about business and then dedicated so much of his time to teach me so much. And the exceptional Baroness Margaret MacDonough of this house, sadly no longer with us. Noble lords will all have their own stories about what got them into politics. Over the years, I've worked with some brilliant people from all mainstream parties, all wanting to change places and lives for the better, but disagreeing on exactly how, which is what democracy is about. And you cannot have democracy without political parties. And the disrespect in which they are held by too many is a great jeopardy for us. I can remember the day I first got involved in politics like it was yesterday. It was May the 12th, 1979. Margaret Thatcher had just been elected on a landslide, but it wasn't that election that called me to action. I was meeting my brother Rob in our local high street. I was late, and as I approached, I saw him being bullied, mocked and taunted by a group of teenagers. Rob has a learning disability. I sorted those kids out, but on the bus, trust me, I did, but on the bus on the way home, I realised that I wouldn't always be there for him. I needed to do something to make the place better, safer, kinder. Why did those kids think it was right to bully and mock, whereas very similar kids from our street were kind, generous and inclusive to him? I wanted a country that brings out the best in people and discourages the worst. I joined the Labour Party that day. I'm fortunate, though, to have three families: my own wife, brother, daughter, the Labour Party, and thanks to the only unkind thing my father ever did, imposing on me the life sentence of supporting Chester Football Club, I have Chester Football Club. All three of them have the power to test me, but I'm blessed to have them. Hatred in politics was alive and well when I was cutting my political teeth in the 1980s with the National Front on the rise. In 1988, I visited the Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where many of the mechanics of the Holocaust were developed before implementation in the larger camps. It was a profound experience which lives with me today. The mundane, everyday things in the well-preserved huts, living quarters, not statistics. And those who perpetrated the atrocities were people as well. As Steven Pinker has said, we have to be prepared to believe that evildoers always think they're acting morally. Yesterday, I witnessed raw footage collected by the IDF in advance of going on a delegation to Israel next week of the October the 7th atrocities still happening today. Were they monsters? Well, maybe, but they were also people like us, which is difficult for us to concede. Despite technological, economic and social advances, we're still constantly rocked and astonished as atrocities committed today. It's too easy to demonise perpetrators as simply evil. In 2006, 12 British National Party councillors were elected in Barking and Dagenham. Rapid change, poverty, deindustrialisation all played a part. But political parties, including my own, were also culpable. I'm proud to be of the work I did alongside many others, notably Baroness Hodge, to regain the confidence of residents in mainstream politics there. I became General Secretary of the Labour Party in 2020. I was alarmed to find anti-Semitism alive and well in my own family, the Labour Party. My friend, Dame Louise Ellman, who suffered terrible anti-Semitic abuse, once said to me, Only now can I really fully understand how ordinary people can do terrible things. That chilled me. This wasn't the 1940s in another country. This was England in the 21st century within a progressive political party. It was such a personal pleasure to welcome Louise back into Labour Party membership in 2021. Keir Starmer provided first-class leadership, and it fell to me as General Secretary to root out anti-Semitism. It wasn't easy. I witnessed the certainty of the self-righteous, indestructible narratives that resist challenge and even truth. But I was ably assisted by so many in that task, including my noble friend Baroness Ramsey, who led the transformation of our complaints process and did so much to restore the battered confidence of Jewish stakeholders. My noble friend Lord Katz provided exemplary leadership, and the Jewish labour movement were courageous and resilient, and other Jewish leaders trusted us when they could have been forgiven for not doing so. It was tough, but together we changed the Labour Party for good. But there can be no complacency. There is still a toxicity in our politics, and sadly it's growing. I saw it in the recent general election all too clearly. It's easy to descend to the lowest, easy to proffer simple solutions to complex problems. But my fundamental belief remains that with the right environment, support and nurture, the overwhelming majority share the values that my parents taught me: generosity, kindness, love. The work done in your Lordship's house is noble in the best sense of the word, but it could be too easy for us to become cocooned against the harsh political reality in this house and the other place. There's never been more volatility or less affinity with mainstream parties. This is a real danger. Very little in politics is inevitable, but a dysfunctional democracy is certainly a precondition for the worst to prevail. As my noble Lord friend, Lord Dubbs, who knows more about this than most of us, said, we must never be bystanders to hatred. That can be difficult, but thanks to the support of so many, I was able not to be a bystander to hatred in that high street with my brother in 1979, to the BNP in Barking and Dagenham, or to tackling anti-Semitism in the Labour Party too. It is up to us to spot and stop the small acts of hatred wherever we find them, before they become the norm, before they burgeon with the accelerator of social media, before it's too late. David Baddiel has said, anti-Semitism is unique in its ability to shapeshift. It exists both in the far right and the far left, in conspiracies, in populism, and even among those who claim to fight racism. So no party represented here is immune. I'm so proud to be a member of your Lordship's house, but we do need to do more. We're the doorkeepers for our democracy. If we allow democracy to fray and decay, and it is doing exactly that on our watch, we could open the door again to the kind of atrocities we are marking today. We must simply never let it happen. Thank you.
My Lords, it is an honour and a pleasure to follow my noble friend Lord Evans of Sealand and to be the first to congratulate him on an inspiring maiden speech. I have known the noble Lord for many years and confirm that he is definitely no bystander. He has always been a man of action, and I don't include his support for that peculiar football team, Chester, whether in support of his brother on the High Street or taking on the BNP in East London and the anti-Semites, regrettably for me, in the Labour Party when he became General Secretary in 2020. He will be a great asset to your Lordship's house. I was so pleased to be able to support his efforts when he was General Secretary under the leadership of the now Prime Minister Keir Starmer to tackle the scourge of anti-Semitism in our party, which, as you could hear from the noble Lord, my noble friend, is one of his three families. The need to do the work that we did, hand in hand with my noble friends, Lord Katz and Baroness Anderson, and with so many others, is proof, if any were needed, that marking Holocaust Memorial Day is more important now than ever. And I bear in mind the comments
of the Noble Baroness Deach on this subject. We must always be vigilant and determined men and women of action. And that is what I have seen right across this House. I saw it when I was working for the Labour Party, where I went to help lead the party's response to the damning report from the Equalities and Human Rights Commission into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. And I saw it then, for example, in the calm and assured roles that the late lamented Lord Kerslake of this House and the wonderful Baroness Prosser played in overseeing the recruitment of the independent complaints adjudicators we needed to ensure that anti-Semitism, and indeed all acts of discrimination, could be rooted out. And in the unwavering support and oversight of the work by my noble friends, Baronesses Hodge, Royal and Lawrence, alongside Jewish communal stakeholders, including, and I'm very anxious, I'm now going to leave out some names, but the then President of the British Board of Deputies, Mary van der Zeel, and the current British Board of Deputies, Phil Rosenberg, the Jewish Leadership Council and the wonderful Adrian Cohen, the Jewish Labour Movement, who were absolutely central, the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, and of course the fantastic Community Security Trust. And I have seen it too since having the honour of joining your Lordship's House. Oh, sorry, I've just forgotten, if I may, essential JLM members who were so fundamental, Peter Mason and Andrew Langleben, amongst others. And so I've seen it too since having the honour of joining your Lordship's House myself, including in the powerful maiden speeches from my noble friend Lord Katz and my noble friend Baroness Levitt. Being inspired also by the hugely impressive ways in which the noble Lord Finkelstein brings the horrors of the Holocaust alive to today's generations by sharing his family's terrible testimony, amongst other things, of Bergen-Belsen in his writings. Being inspired by the wisdom and generosity of spirit of my noble friend Lord Dubbs, and to hear his remarkable experiences of a Kindertransport. Listening to the noble Lord Carlisle and his horrific family experiences, and as I mentioned, Baroness Deach. Listening to the noble Lady Baroness Deach, I found deeply moving, as I have other testimony in the House today. It was only after joining your Lordship's House that I learned from the noble Lord Austin that I had in fact been inspired by another child refugee from the Holocaust many years ago. Without me even realising it at the time, his father was my head teacher at secondary school. The reason I only learned of Mr. Austin's experience of the Nazis decades after being taught by him and his wife, Lord Austin's mother, was, I assume, that back then people didn't really talk about it, at least not outside of their families. And yes, it was from my family that I learned of the horrors of the Holocaust. My father told me when I was growing up of his time in the Westminster Dragoons, a tank regiment, which landed on Sword Beach on D-Day, and then he drove with his comrades his flail tank across northern France and eventually found himself part of the liberating forces of Bergen-Belsen. My dad never forgot what he saw there. I'm not going to talk about that because others have spoken about those horrors so eloquently and with even more experience than I have of hearing about it. He said I should never forget what he told me about and what he had seen. Even though he wanted his children to know and to remember and to speak of it, as I am doing today, in his honour, he worried even then, when we were children and growing up and as teenagers, that some people were denying it had ever happened and forgetting about it. So by continuing to mark Holocaust Memorial Day, as all noble lords have done so eloquently today, we can and must make sure that no one ever forgets.
Yeah. It's been a great honour to have heard three such interesting and heartwarming speeches from the three maiden speakers, Lord Katz, Baroness Levitt and Lord Evans. And also it's a great honour to follow Lady Ramsay this afternoon. My lords, today we're all here gathered in solemn remembrance, and the speeches we've heard have been heartbreaking and full of sadness on many occasions, which have moved many of us. 80 years ago, on this very day, the world bore witness to the liberation of Auschwitz, a name etched in infamy for its wickedness, a place where 1 million souls perished. But we must be clear, Auschwitz was not an anomaly, nor was it the whole story. It was but one in a network of extermination camps which sought to systematically eradicate 6 million Jews in Europe. We must resist the temptation to speak of the Holocaust as a horrific event that took place during the Second World War. To do so would be to diminish the full scale of atrocity which spanned nations, years, and generations of suffering. My lords, while today is a day of reflection, it must also be a day of reckoning, because the hard truth is this: anti-Semitism did not die with the fall of the Third Reich. It was not buried in the rubble of Berlin, nor was it erased by the words "never again." It persists, it is alive, and it is growing. We have all heard about the Community Security Trust that found the highest number of anti-Semitic incidents documented in a 6-month period. It is no wonder CST also uncovered that merely 1/3 of British Jews believe they have a future in this country, and a staggering 50% have considered leaving altogether. It is truly an anathema to me that in the UK, a nation that has been a beacon of refuge and opportunity for Jewish people, there are those who fear for their safety, their children's futures, and their very place in society. How can this be? How did we arrive at a moment where British Jews, who have contributed so much to our national life, feel unwelcome in their own country? And crucially, what will we do about it? My lords, we rightly place great importance on the memorialisation of the Holocaust. It is an opportunity to educate, to remember, and to honour those whose lives were stolen. But remembrance alone is not enough if it comes at the expense of acting against contemporary anti-Semitism. What is the point of solemn words and candlelit vigils if we fail to confront the anti-Semitism of today? I put it to the House that each Holocaust Memorial Day should not just be a day of reflection, but a day of renewed commitment to tackling contemporary anti-Semitism in all its forms. This commitment must be explicit: annual targets, clear objectives, and unwavering political will. Without this, the fight against anti-Semitism will continue to be overlooked, sidelined, and deprioritised on the political agenda. And let us be honest, the pervasive nature of this problem indicates that we are beyond easy solutions. It cannot be resolved overnight, but that must not deter us. We need a patient, sustained effort, an approach that acknowledges the scale of the issue while refusing to accept it as inevitable. We have skirted around this subject for too long. It's time to take it seriously. And as we do, we must ensure that Holocaust Memorial Day remains firmly rooted in the historic reality of what happened. We remember all victims of hatred, but let us not shy away from the fact that the Holocaust was, first and foremost, the attempted extermination of the Jewish people. This is not a mere historical detail. It is the very essence of why this day exists. To obscure or generalise this fact is not only a disservice to the past, but a dangerous mistake to the future. Making the historical and contemporary link both honours the memory of those murdered and is the best bulwark against history repeating itself. The Holocaust was not inevitable. It was the result of unchecked hatred, institutional complicity, and the silence of too many for too long. and that is why we must act now. My lords, today, as we remember the liberation of Auschwitz, let us also liberate ourselves from complacency. Let us not merely remember, let us resolve. Let us not only mourn, let us act. And let us ensure that when we say never again, it is not merely a phrase, but a reality we strive towards. I urge my esteemed colleagues to stand firm against anti-Semitism, to make Holocaust Memorial Day a moment of real commitment, and to ensure that British Jewish people, can live this country with the same security, dignity and confidence as any other citizen.
My lords, I want to share a few thoughts with you on the question of the Holocaust Memorial. But before we talk about it, we need to ask, why do we want to remember the Holocaust? What is it that we wish to remember? What is our assessment of it? And these are the questions which this debate was expected and is expected to answer. Is Holocaust in some sense unique in human history? Or have there not been cases of collective killings and mass suffering? Well, the first thing therefore to ask is, what is the specificity? What is the uniqueness of Holocaust? And I suggest that it is not merely a question of a large number of people being killed, 6 million, 4 million, whatever. What is unique about it is the following four things. And never before and never after have these four things come together in a way that they did in the 40s. First of all, Holocaust is articulated through the agency of the state. It is not a question of people going berserk and killing each other, or ethnic tribes springing upon each other. It is there working through the state, and the state systematically aiming at particular groups and wanting to eliminate them. Secondly, the state does it because it is guided by a particular ideology. The ideology of racism, Aryan race, pure race, white race. There are different races, there are different races, and these races must be eliminated. So the race acts as a navigator. It helps you identify groups that you want to get rid of. And thirdly, when you do get rid of, this is not an ordinary death. It's a death which is bureaucratized. Death which is treated simply as an impersonal event in the life of the state. So I suggest that these four events, using the state, mobilizing its resources, based on a particular ideology, using the ideology to identify particular groups, and finally mobilizing the state to kill people whom you have identified as undesirable. Given that this is so, the question is often raised in many circles. Why are you taking Holocaust as in some sense unique? And why not see it as simply representative of other kinds of suffering? Slavery, for example, has been not a perennial, but a long-lasting feature of human life. Why don't we memorialize slavery? Likewise, indentured labor. Or if you look at genocide cases, there have been other genocides in history. Why are we concentrating on Holocaust? And I think I have already answered that question, but I want to suggest that the kind of suffering involved in Holocaust is unique. It is unique for the following reasons. In the case of slavery, there is a human contact. State is not involved. There is death comes only rarely, but when it does, it is incidental and is not aimed at. There is spontaneity, there is a human relationship between the slave owner and the slave. that kind of humanity is there in almost all forms of suffering, except when you come to Holocaust, where that humanity disappears. And the individual is not just dehumanized, he is inhumanized. So the language is used, the language of animals, cockroaches, worms, and so on. In no suffering of any kind that I have read or heard, I have seen human beings referred to in this inhuman way. This phenomenon of inhumanization is very peculiar to Holocaust suffering. If this is so, and I hope this is so, the questions that we have asked about other forms of suffering, the lessons they have learned about other forms of suffering, cannot be applied to Holocaust. For example, in the common attempt to understand why Holocaust occurred, people say, well, the Nazis hated Jews. Well, this is not as simple as that, because there were Nazis who didn't hate Jews, who were Jews as friends, Jews as mistresses, as Hannah Arendt and others point out. Oh, well, they did not just hated Jews, they hated human beings as a whole, misogynists. Well, that's not true either, because there were lots of them had good friends. Or it is said they were evil persons, wicked. Well, that's not quite right either, because their evil is shallow, superficial. It's not born out of the deep layers of the human soul. Well, that leaves us puzzled. How do we explain the behavior of a man who has dogs, who loves animals, who has friends, who has mother, who has father, going to the concentration camp, knocking off a few people, returning home as if nothing has happened? It is this that needs to be understood. And in order to be understood, it is this that needs to be questioned. Why did they, or what kinds of human beings were attracted to, or turned into machines of death? And that cannot be answered if you look at the ordinary forms of killing, the psychological theory that you have developed from those ordinary forms of killing, and then apply it automatically to the Holocaust. It simply wouldn't work. As I say, these questions, simple questions. Why? How? What answer would you give? So much so that Hannah Arendt had to invent a new concept for the banality of evil. She, who had made a massive study of the concentration camps, ultimately came to the conclusion that these people were shallow. There was nothing there. So you expect wicked people to have depth of the evil kind. There was no such thing. So my suggestion simply is that if you want to learn any lessons, we haven't even started learning lessons from the Holocaust. If these questions still remain unanswered, then what are we learning from the Holocaust memorials? It's being said of all over the world. And I want therefore to end with a very simple conclusion. There are many others that follow from this. And that is, when we say that, for example, Holocaust is evil or whatever, we are making a moral judgment on it. What is our judgment on it? It's evil, yes, but what else? Is that enough for us to listen, to learn? And here I want to suggest that in the case of Holocaust and in the case of lessons that we can learn, we need to be asking certain questions which are not asked in relation to other forms of suffering. Let me take a simple example, just 1 minute left. And that is to say, we have judged it in a way as all our discussion today has been in terms of the Jewish people. Is Holocaust entirely the moral property of the Jewish people? Is it not an indictment of the entire mankind, and should it not be seen as a human problem which addresses all human beings anywhere and not just Jews? Of course Jews were the primary target, the intended target, but so were lots of Poles and other intended targets. That's one point to ask. The other question to ask is of a slightly different nature, and that is, that it has happened, what are the moral consequences of this? Does it mean, for example, that Holocaust is the price that Jews had to pay to win the state of Israel? How glibly we slip into a certain way of thinking, certain way of talking. Look, they have suffered so much, and therefore the Jewish people deserve respect. Or whatever they do is forgiven. In that case, we do injustice to other people, namely the Arabs, the Palestinians. So I think the simple thing is we need a lot to learn. We haven't yet started learning the basic lessons of the...
Order. I apologise for interrupting the noble lord, but I could ask him to come to the end of his remarks now, please.
So these are the lessons we need to learn, and I hope we will start learning them fast.
My lords, I want to begin by paying tribute to the noble Lord Austin of Dudley, who sadly is not able to be in his place today. As the noble Baroness Ramsay of Wall-Heath reminded us just a few minutes ago in her excellent maiden speech, Ian is the son of a Holocaust survivor. It was he who helped me understand the significance of this day, long before either he or myself were members of your lordship's house. Unlike my present diocese of Manchester, Dudley, where I was then the bishop and the noble Lord Austin was an MP, didn't have a very large Jewish population. Nevertheless, at his instigation, every year we sent 2 young people from Dudley College to Auschwitz. They reported back to our annual Holocaust Memorial Day event that was held in the college. They told very moving stories of what they'd seen and how it had made them feel. Their witness, alongside the testimony of Holocaust survivors, helped inspire young people who were born almost half a century after the Holocaust to understand why we today must be constantly on the vigil against those voices that seek to denigrate the common and equal humanity and dignity of every single human being. Those who denigrate, despise, and ultimately seek to destroy those whom I, as a Christian, will always declare as being created in the very image of God. I now live in Salford, in the midst of the largest Jewish community outside of London. The boundary of the Eruv, that permits many of my Jewish neighbours to undertake tasks such as pushing wheelchairs and prams on the Sabbath and other holy days, is actually my garden wall. This year, I've been delighted to see the success of the Holocaust Memorial Day Schools exhibition we've held in Manchester Cathedral. It features the work of Church of England primary schools across the whole of Greater Manchester, from many culturally, racially and religiously divided communities. The children responded to key themes of the Holocaust in a number of ways. Some of them created origami paper cranes as prayers for peace. Others reflected on Pavel Friedman's poem The Butterfly, that was actually written in a concentration camp. There was a recreation of the pile of children's shoes from the children who lost their lives at Auschwitz. That was very difficult to look at, my lords. And the collection of human portraits from many different cultures to celebrate our differences. Meanwhile, local authority Holocaust Memorial Day events in Greater Manchester had speakers who were Holocaust survivors, including one I attended in Manchester Town Hall, or from their families. Respect was shown them at these events by members of all our main faith communities: Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, Jain. In my role as convener of the Greater Manchester Faith Leaders, I've got the privilege of leading representatives of all our major faiths. We are good friends and good neighbours. The multi-faith challenging hate forum that's hosted by my cathedral undertook its own visit to Auschwitz, led jointly by my dean and by Rabbi Warren Elf. My wife was part of that trip in March 2019. We also have vibrant bilateral groups such as our Jewish Muslim Forum, where relationships that are forged and sustained over many years prove so vital when we find ourselves in tense times. And I'm privileged to work closely with the Jewish Representative Council and to use my voice here in your Lordship's house to raise concerns that they and other faith communities have first prompted me about. My Lords, the Church of England teaching document entitled God's Unfailing Word, that was published in 2019, speaks of attitudes towards Judaism over many centuries as providing a fertile seedbed for murderous anti-Semitism, and of the need for Christians to repent of the sins of the past towards our Jewish neighbours, and the part played by flawed Christian theology in promoting negative stereotypes of Jewish people. I'm grateful that other noble lords, including the noble Baroness Deitch and my Right Reverend friend, the Lord Bishop of Lichfield, have reminded us that anti-Semitism did not arise in the 1930s, but was nurtured and grown over the two preceding millennia. There can be no overlap between the truth of our witness to Christ, which is the task of theology to articulate, and the darkness of anti-Semitism. We have a duty as Christians to be alert to the continuation of such stereotyping and to resist it. My Right Reverend friend was a member of the group that wrote this document, but I note he was too modest to refer to that in his own speech earlier. My Lord, remembering the Holocaust serves as a bulwark against the ever-present forces that across the world seek to resurrect vile, violent and murderous anti-Semitism, or to perpetrate fresh genocides against other targeted groups. This year marks 30 years since the Srebrenica massacre, when more than 8,000, mainly men and boys, were killed in just a few days by the Serb forces. And I'm proud that in Manchester we, again together as all our faiths and others, we commemorate Srebrenica Memorial Day each year. My Lords, in Britain we take pride, I take pride in our pluralistic society, a society where people are free to practice their religion, express their identity, and should be able to live without fear of persecution. But we must never take those freedoms for granted. They are the product of a long history of struggle and sacrifice, yet as other noble lords have said, they remain under attack, even in the UK, even today. We must make sure that atrocities such as the Holocaust never happen again. We must speak up, act up, when anti-Semitism, racism or xenophobia happen. As a schoolboy in Manchester, I studied alongside many fellow pupils who were Jewish. Most of them would have lost family members in the Holocaust. Simply being boys together, we didn't have girls in those days in my school, they still don't, taught me that we were one humanity under the skin. Indeed, the only practical difference between being Jewish or Gentile seemed to be that my Jewish friends got to go home a lesson early on Winter Friday afternoons. My Lords, as others have said, with each anniversary the memories of the Holocaust slip away from living memory. We're to hold firm against the evils of fascism and other extreme ideologies, as indeed we must. As each generation of survivors passes on, it's incumbent on all of us to remember the past. Today's debate plays a vital part in enabling that, and I thank the noble Lord, Lord Khan of Burnley, a good friend, who himself does so much excellent work to promote strong relationships between different faiths and communities, and who spoke so strongly and movingly in opening our debate today. I thank him for giving us this opportunity to build for a better future, to quote the theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble prelate, and particular pleasure to speak in a debate where we've heard three such varied, enjoyable, interesting and informative maiden speeches. I was 14 at the end of the war. I was at boarding school in Winchester, and my memory tells me we didn't know about Auschwitz. However, we were told about Belsen, and you will all know, I'm sure, why Belsen came into the knowledge of the general public in this country as the first of the camps that we really knew about. We learnt about the camps in stages, and we learnt about what had been happening in stages: arbitrary imprisonment, forced labour, cruelty, neglect, disease, starvation, and industrialized murder. This was so far beyond our 14-year-old experience, knowledge, and imagination. It was a shattering blow to our experience of the war. After all, we'd been through a period when it seemed that we were going to lose the war. And now, look at this and what we were supposed to understand. And I think at evening prayers, whoever took them faced a very troubled congregation. And then we thought to ourselves, how could people be found who would run such a system? Guards, bookkeepers, managers, commandants. And again, we found it very difficult to cope with that. And then the misfortunes and the betrayals and the widespread collaboration, all of these aspects came out stage by stage. And then we got to hear about the final solution, or the text, as it were, of the final solution. And it was quite beyond our comprehension, and all we could conclude was that it was unattainable and massively evil. But time goes by, and our nature is such that we have to learn to cope. And I think the way that we came to cope, we didn't, I think, at that time ever have the 6 million label. We came to cope by thinking that what had happened was a whole series of individual tragedies. And that was the way somehow to cope about thinking about what had happened. That it was individuals to which these things have happened and the effect upon their close families and relations. And I think that's still probably the way that I think about the Holocaust. It is a massive list of individual stories. And I think 80 years later, there are two other ways that we might usefully accept the challenge of thinking about the Holocaust. How did Europe come to create the conditions where the Holocaust was mounted? From the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, through Bismarck, through competitive rearmament, to the First World War, to Versailles, to the Weimar Republic, to the rise of Hitler, and to the Second World War, and the final solution. My belief is that we have looked at that story, that long journey, in some detail, and it merits looking at in ever more detail to try to come to some resolution of how this could have happened. Because whatever one thinks about the Holocaust, it was one outcome from that long journey. And there's a second journey that I think we need to think about very carefully, and that's what's happened since 1945. During my national service, some of my colleagues had come very recently from Palestine, which was still briefly in its mandate condition before the creation of Israel. And they told the stories of the Stern Gang and the PLA. Pretty wild and difficult and dangerous stories they were. And I think it behoves us to consider, since 1945, what part has the Holocaust played in the geopolitical outcomes, and indeed up to today, what part does that appalling event play in our the way we think about where we are now and where we're going. And again, I feel that the study, the research about this matter is of extreme importance. And so, my lords, I think in summing up the situation, we do our best, we do our best in our efforts to cope with what is happening to us and around us. And I think in coping, we have more than enough to think about, to study, to research, and to remember.
My lords, when the Nazis came to power in 1933, my father was dismissed from his job as a medical researcher because he was a Jew, and he made his way to this country, where he was taken in, made his home, raised a family, and became a distinguished scientist. Historically, this is a reminder that although, or perhaps because, the Holocaust originated in Germany, many German Jews had time to leave before the final solution was initiated, whereas the Jews in subsequently Nazi-occupied countries did not have that opportunity, with the disastrous consequences which we all know and have been described in a number of speeches today. Personally, my father's reception in this country has made me forever grateful to the United Kingdom, and for a while very suspicious of Germany, a suspicion reinforced by the fact that a number of members of my mother's family died in concentration camps. However, subsequent experiences, and particularly my contact with German judges, has given me two insights. First, respect for the way in which the Germans have come to terms with what happened and to try and take steps to make sure it doesn't happen again. And let us hope that the rise of the AfD doesn't represent a signal of a retreat from that. And secondly, a realization that while it was, as has been said more than once today, unique in history, the Holocaust could have happened anywhere. We delude ourselves if we think that lessons can be learnt so that nothing like it will happen again. I'm afraid that history shows us that racial prejudice, racially motivated violence, and even, though fortunately only rarely, genocide have been features of human existence as long as records go back, and that anti-Semitism has been sadly prevalent for over 2,000 years. That is not, of course, to say that everyone is racially prejudiced or anti-Semitic, or that everyone has a predisposition to racial violence, let alone to committing genocide. But one only has to read about how many otherwise apparently decent German soldiers were prepared to massacre helpless Jewish women and children simply because they were ordered to do so by their officers, to realize how skin-deep civilization goes, at least in extreme circumstances. A point eloquently made by my noble friend, Lord Dubbs. An important component of combating such tendencies in any country is the rule of law, coupled with strong democratic institutions. A point made by the most recent winners of the Nobel Prize for Economics, who have shown that the quality of life in countries with those features significantly outperformed the quality of life in countries which lack those features. But it's noteworthy how democracy, the constitution, and the courts in Germany all crumbled, and did so very quickly, in the face of ruthless Nazi aggression, thereby setting Germany on course for the Holocaust. And the rise of Hitler shows that democracy is not enough. The Nazis came to power through the ballot box. Had there been humane laws enforced by an independent judiciary, I suggest that the story would have been very different. Of course, the judges cannot stand on their own, even if they are supported by advocates as talented as Baroness Leavitt, whom I congratulate on her maiden speech, and they need to have an embedded culture which genuinely believes in respect for all people and genuinely supports the rule of law. Without that, the road to perdition beckons. As the noble friend Baroness Ludford reminds us, the price of liberty, and I would add, the price of a decent society, is eternal vigilance. And on that score, I think we are in danger of drifting into choppy waters. I'm struck by how ignorant and uncaring most people in this country are about our constitutional arrangements, about the rule of law, about the role of the courts and why it matters. Even those at the top of our constitutional tree, in what we coyly refer to here as the other place, are often remarkably and insouciantly ignorant about such issues. Such ignorance helps breed prejudice, and prejudice, if unchallenged, metastasizes into persecution, and sometimes something worse than persecution. Education and research are therefore key. It's through education that we seek to ensure that future generations are encouraged and enabled to recognise and combat racism in general and anti-Semitism in particular. It seems to me essential that young people are taught both to disavow racism, anti-Semitism and intolerance, and are educated about our constitutional system and the rule of law. Ten years ago, I would have said that this country had, by international standards, a reasonably good record for anti-Semitism. Recent events, recently well described by Lord Katz and Lord Evans of Sealand in their excellent maiden speeches, show that things have deteriorated, but that people are here doing their best to reverse this disturbing development. They deserve our support, both in words and actions. When it comes to education, I would like to take an example of the work of the Weidenfeld Institute of Jewish Studies at the University of Sussex, home to the Centre of German Jewish Studies, of which I'm privileged to serve as president. For over 2 decades, the Institute has been dedicated to scholarly inquiry into the history, culture and thought of Jewish refugees from German-speaking lands. This not only preserves the memory of those who fled persecution, but by actively engaging with students, school children and the wider academic community, it helps to ensure that contemporary understanding is informed by past knowledge and experience. And anyone who's listened today to Baroness Deitch, Lord Dubbs and Lord Carlisle of Berriew and the recollections they've had, and indeed from a different perspective from Viscount Eccles, will realise how important it is that these stories and experiences are relayed to the young. As has been said, 6 million people killed is a shocking figure, but Stalin has already been quoted, and there's something about figures that depersonalises it. In order to get the full horror, one just has to be told the stories that we heard today, and if that can be got across to the young, we are on our way to achieving something. I like to think we are still the same country that took in my father 90 years ago. He was then funded in his research by an organisation called CARA, the Council for At-Risk Academics, founded, as it happens, the same year my father came here. My wife is currently supporting a Ukrainian family, one of whom is a lawyer, and whose research is now being supported by CARA. That somehow epitomises how both the good and the wicked are always with us, and it reminds us how we must fight to promote the good and suppress the wicked.
My Lords, can I begin by congratulating our 3 newcomers, Lord Katz, Lord Levitt and Lord Evans, Baroness Levitt and Lord Evans. I'm sure they're going to make a distinguished contribution to this House, and all 3 maiden speeches were well worth listening to. I haven't intervened in these debates in the past. Part of the reason is I have no family history to relate, such as the harrowing stories we've heard today. But secondly, because I'm a Roman Catholic, I haven't felt that our religion's performance, let's say, allowed me to say much about the Holocaust. But I was in the Foreign Office as an official during the Six-Day War, and I saw the way in which the Foreign Office reacted. And it was very interesting because the Arabian departments didn't want anything to do with it. And frankly, had it not been for Harold Wilson, we would probably have made a lesser contribution to the Six-Day War and its aftermath than we did. But the combination of Harold Wilson and Lord Caradon, better known as Hugh Foot, did end up with Britain having quite a reasonable outcome to the war. But the reason I mention this is because they had to draft together a special department of the Foreign Office, which I was posted to, because I was in the Arabian department, and suddenly they put together this department. One of the things I noticed, which I'm going to come back to later, was an inability of some people to see both sides of the story. And that was not because they were malicious, it was because they were just blind to an extent. I fully support the Conservative Friends of Israel, and I've been horrified by the Hamas attack, and in particular the failure, it seems, of the British press to realise that it was Hamas that attacked Israel. Israel didn't do any attacking. Hamas attacked. And when you look at the people like the 3 released hostages last week and the gloating of the Palestinians around them, I'm sorry, but I can't feel much sympathy for them. And I just wonder at the damage they're doing to their own population. I mean, it's absolutely astounding. But what is quite saddening to me is what I perceive as the bias in reporting in the British press. I don't see it as being even-handed. It's all on this hand this and on the other hand that. The people of Israel were attacked. They have a right to defend themselves. Full stop, as far as I'm concerned. Now, what I want to speak about now, briefly, is I was 25 years in the European Parliament. I had a lot of time to talk to politicians from other countries of Europe, many of whom had been alive during the war, some of whom had actually fought during the war. One, who became a good friend of mine, was a German general. He joined the war at the very end of the war in the Boy Soldiers Brigade in Berlin. I also spoke to a lot of people around Germany. The fact of the matter is that many Germans blanked themselves out from what was going on. And if you want to know what I mean, it's the way in which we blank ourselves out from what's going on in British prisons this very day. Rats running round, atrocious overcrowding in the prisons, but no one knows about it, no one writes about it, no one deals with it. And I'm afraid, talking to many of my German colleagues, it was quite clear that many of them had just blanked it out. They lived, or their parents had lived, through the terrible 20s, when the Weimar Republic was frankly very unstable, and Germany was a horrible place to live, the massive inflation and the like. And then along comes this little man who nobody particularly liked, who wasn't from their class, but who somehow the country became richer. Things started happening. We often overlook the fact that the dispossession of the effects of the Jewish community were largely distributed to the remaining Germans. Many Germans got better flats, they got more furniture, they got all sorts of things. And they turned their face to the wall and pretended they didn't know, because they didn't want to know. They blanked it out. And that also applies to my own church. The Pope at that time, Pope Pius XII, but Eugenio Pacelli, which was his family name, came from one of the most established families in the Roman Catholic hierarchy. He was probably the most upper-class pope we've had in the last 200 years. He cut his teeth, so to speak, as papal envoy in Germany. He spoke fluent German, but in 1870, when Italy was reunited and the papal lands were confiscated, that was a devious, dreadful blow to the Catholic Church. The Pacelli family refused to deal with the Italian state. And then along came Mussolini, who signed the Concordat, who regularised relations with the Roman Catholic Church. And Pacelli was influenced by that. He was, by that time, he'd left there, he became the Secretary of State, which is like being the Foreign Minister. And then he became, of course, the Pope. He blanked himself as to what was going on. He was looking for Catholics Jews who'd been baptised as Catholics. They could be saved. The rest were cast aside. When I was a little boy at school, at a convent school, I was told quite firmly that we should not be sorry for the Jews because they killed Jesus. That was in 1953, and that was what was going on. So my final point is this, and plea to the Minister. If we need one good thing, we do need Holocaust lessons in schools, but we need education. People do not understand the different religions, and we need some education so that people understand what the Jewish religion is, the Muslim religion, the Christian religions. That's what is needed, because the base of tolerance is knowledge and education. Thank you.
My Lords, what special maiden speeches we've heard here today, so I'd like to welcome you all. A special mention to the Noble Lord Evans of Sealand, which is up the road from Buckley, so we're almost neighbours. Some of my Academy of Ideas colleagues, my Lords, are organising a summer school in July entitled Upheaval, Why Politics Needs a New Language. So I've been thinking quite a lot about disputes over meanings of words. In this House of late, we've had tortuous debates about the meaning of everything from extremism, hate speech, terrorism. God knows what far right means these days, and some can't even define what a woman is. But one word that is increasingly becoming unmoored from its meaning is the Holocaust. The Holocaust is now used as a free-floating catch-all to describe all and every violent geopolitical event or even general human evil. But my plea is that words matter, and very much in the theme of the Noble Baroness Deitch's spot-on speech, we must insist that the Holocaust word refers to a particular unique event in history. The Nazi death camps weren't generic. They were part of what camp survivor Elie Wiesel explains: the Holocaust was conceived to annihilate the last Jew on the planet. Despite this, even Auschwitz, a death camp designed for the genocide of the Jews, has been turned into an all-purpose symbol of human cruelty. UNESCO describes the World Heritage Site as a universal symbol of humanity's cruelty to all its fellow human beings in the 20th century. And this way, the Holocaust is, I'm afraid, being ripped out of its historical context. Meanwhile, celebrity social justice activist Naomi Klein said the quiet bit out loud in an essay in The Guardian last year. She wrote, "We are entering a new intellectual era, one in which people are openly asking if the Holocaust should be seen, quote, exclusively as a Jewish catastrophe or something more universal." And Klein goes on to argue that perhaps the Holocaust was not a, quote, unique rupture in European history, but rather a homecoming of earlier colonial genocide. This anti-Western decolonising lexicon should be a red flag. Remember, in the decolonisation narrative, Israel has been identified as the epitome of the colonial settler state, and Jews branded as the embodiment of white supremacy who deserve our ire and Hamas's actions. Klein also notes that increasingly people are demanding greater recognition for other groups targeted for extermination by the Nazis, as though this was in any way on a par with the targeting of the whole Jewish race for extermination. Beyond the Guardian's comment pages, it does seem that because we live in an era which treats victimhood as a virtue and confers on it moral authority, there appears to be a queue of identity groups laying some claim to the Holocaust experience. And there even seems to be resentment that when Jewish voices demand we recognise it was they who were central to the Holocaust, it's treated as though they've been driven by narcissism. Gradually, this has expanded into demands that any reference to the Holocaust must also mention victims of other international atrocities, whether it's Rwanda, colonial-era massacres, and inevitably contemporary events in the Middle East. So the Islamic Human Rights Commission wrote to UK town halls asking them to boycott this year's Holocaust Memorial Day on the grounds that it was morally unacceptable that Gaza is not considered a genocide in Gaza alongside the Holocaust. The problem is that wrenching the Holocaust from its historically specific context, in which all are victims, relativises and almost normalises it and renders it banal. And one of the most devastating consequences is that it makes it difficult for the public, especially new generations, to understand the true nature of this industrialised act of anti-Semitic barbarism, to even remember that the Jews were the targets at all. The consequences of this trend, what Brendan O'Neill's new book After the Pogrom calls the de-Judification of the Holocaust, was more than evident on Holocaust Memorial Day this year, as we heard from Baroness Deitch, who reminded us that a whole swathe of commentators and politicians forgot to even mention the Jews and listed almost everyone else who was killed apart from the victims, the Jews. I'm not suggesting such errors of omission or conscious acts of erasure. It somehow feels even more chilling that they're more likely examples of unconscious bias and careless forgetting. The problem with relativising the specific Holocaust is that it makes a mockery of lest we forget, and we can expect a lot more forgetting if we're not careful. The consequences of this de-Judification of the Holocaust, in my mind, is that increasing numbers, especially of young people, don't even recognise when the iconography and language of historic Nazi period Jew hatred rear their ugly heads today. It's always so jolting when I talk to students involved in BDS campaigns and critique their calls for boycotts of Israeli foodstuffs as they wrench them off the supermarket shelves, or their demands to blacklist and censor entire countries' academics, artists, scientists and sports people. Or when I, looking on at scenes of blood-like red paint daubed on shop fronts, when I mention that that echoes 1930s Germany, they look at me blankly. I rather nervously disagree with the noble Lord Dubs, I know that's nerve-wracking, on his Elon Musk arm gesture point. But while whole swathes of young activists I know have been queuing up to denounce that as a Nazi salute and to see far-right fascists around every corner, when the same people then see starving, emaciated Jewish hostages paraded, jeered and humiliated by jihadi baying mobs, or they see political activists standing outside UK synagogues screaming baby killers at Jews, and those activists are my tribe, then suddenly they get a blind spot. They can't see any Nazi salutes or Nazi symbolism or anything. They don't recognise the de-Judification trends of the Holocaust past and their re-emergence today, and that's worrying. So how do we counter this fake news of Jew-light Holocaust? We all reach for more education, but it bodes badly for the educational boasts that the new Holocaust Memorial Museum next door to Parliament is going to solve it all, when shamefully our very own Parliament banned a Holocaust Memorial exhibition from Westminster Hall because it was too political. Now, I'm not Jewish, and it's exactly more politics, political solidarity, that I think we need. It's why I was so pleased that grassroots campaigners Our Fight UK took the Auschwitz album Yad Vashem's street exhibition to Parliament Square the weekend before Memorial Day, and young people like Miles explained that their aim was to urgently inform the public what a real genocide looks like and centre that on the murder of 6 million Jews. And our urgent educational and political task must also include exposing the rise of the newly powerful forces who are acting to exterminate the Jews now. Yes, never again is now. Yes, I mean Hamas and Iran and the Houthis, but closer to home, the radical Islamists and their numerous apologists who, if we're honest, are influential in many political, cultural and media institutions. Too many of us look the other way, bite our lips and won't name and shame. It's about time we spoke up loudly.
Member Baroness Lady Fox. My Lords, I congratulate and thank those new members of your Lordship's House for their maiden speeches, all of which were deeply moving. It somehow seems fitting that I should be making my first speech since recent surgery to repair an undiagnosed femur fracture on which I've been unwittingly, if somewhat painfully, hobbling for months by speaking in this debate. It was, after all, my childhood Jewish refugee surgeon, Hannes Weissel, who put me back together again more times than I care to remember. He lost almost all his family in the Holocaust. So I think of him today and of his family members whom the wonderful Wiener Holocaust Library has established were murdered at Auschwitz in the summer of 1944. May they rest in peace and may their memory be a blessing. Inevitably, all of us, as we've heard in this debate, also turn our thoughts to our precious Holocaust survivors and to the world's promise to them immediately after the war of never again. How do we best honour them, our Holocaust survivors? I ask myself, what does never again mean? Does it, for example, simply mean no more concentration camps, crematoria, or gas chambers, a physical structure which the Soviet troops stumbled upon in disbelief 80 years ago? Does it mean no more Nuremberg laws, to which Matthew Pennycook, in his powerful statement of the 23rd of January in the other place, implicitly referred in terms of Nazi legislation discriminating against Jews and depriving them of rights and property? Mercifully, both are very unlikely in today's world. So I ask myself another question. How do we counter the challenge that remains? How do we perform the task of eradicating what the noble Lord, the Minister, described in his poignant opening remarks as man's darkest impulses? The insidious and poisonous prejudice which informed by osmosis and within a remarkably short period of time the culture underpinning the abomination that was the Holocaust, that still exists. We have already heard about the IHRA's current theme of in plain sight. That phrase reminded me of something that the remarkable Holocaust survivor Manfred Goldberg, whom the noble Lord the Minister mentioned earlier, said to me about the promise, never again. Manfred told me he had genuinely taken it for granted that the promise would be kept. He took it at face value at the time, for all time. I know he's horrified, but the hatred is back and in plain sight. And that brought home to me that it is not enough for me to say we will always remember you and the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust. In an age of pernicious poison spread via social media, we need to acknowledge the racism that is still in plain sight on the streets of our capital most weekends. I refer, of course, to the demonstrations in central London, the first of which, the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign, unbelievably started organising while the 7th of October pogrom was underway. My lords, as well as being the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, 2025 is the 60th anniversary of Labour's Race Relations Act receiving royal assent. As noble lords will know, the Act made the promotion of hatred on the grounds of race, colour, ethnic or national origins an offence. The vile vitriol being visited on our Jewish communities clearly runs counter to the Act. This is racism, as we have heard, pure and simple, and it is happening in plain sight. Could I ask the noble Baroness, the Minister, to say in her closing remarks whether she would agree that a fitting way both to mark the Act's anniversary and to assure the survivors that never again means exactly that, would be for His Majesty's government to be even more clear that what is happening on our streets is racism and it will not be tolerated. My lords, I take one common, supposedly innocent child as an example. Now, I know what is meant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Survivors certainly do. It means the destruction of Israel. It means the mass murder of Jews for being Jews, as we saw Hamas perpetrate on the 7th of October. It means a one, not a two, a one-state solution. My lords, it's understandable that in our desire to see peace in the Middle East, some want to believe that we are dealing with a peace-loving entity in Hamas. And yet if there is one organisation which has shown time and again that it is absolutely against peace, that it does not want a two-state solution, it is Hamas. Rather, it wants to kill Jews and to destroy the State of Israel. I refer, noble lords, to Hamas statements of the 24th of October 2023, the 30th of January, the 14th of June, and the 24th of October 2024. Their racist, genocidal hatred on grounds of race is in plain sight. So, my lords, in conclusion, I want to take up the challenge set by my noble friend Baroness Eaton in her excellent speech. I welcome the assurance given by the noble Lord, Lord Collins of Highbury, on Monday that Hamas can play no part in the future of Gaza's governance. But can the noble Baroness, the Minister, also assure the House that its supporters here in the UK will not be allowed to reduce her and our sincere, renewed pledge today of never again to a meaningless mantra recited to coincide with Holocaust Memorial Day? Surely we can all agree that that is the least our survivors and the millions of victims of the Holocaust deserve.
My noble lords, it's an absolute privilege to follow on from Lord Shinkwin and indeed from so many of the exceptional speeches that we've heard today. Can I first pay tribute to the maiden speeches of my honourable friends, Lord Katz, Baroness Levitt and Lord Evans. They were powerful speeches all, and I hope my noble friends will agree that they will be influential and very strong voices in this place. As we've heard today, the theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day was For a Better Future. And today I want to pay tribute to an organisation and people within it who are seeking to create a better future for us all by educating our ever-changing world about the horrors of the past so that we don't replicate them in our futures. Generation to Generation is a charity that enables descendants to tell their family Holocaust stories to a range of audiences across the UK. They currently have 41 speakers and are recruiting more. This academic year to date, the speakers have been booked to deliver their family stories to more than 390 audiences, reaching over 45,000 people. I'm sure my noble lords will agree that's impressive. Their key aim is to ensure that the Holocaust is not forgotten or denied, and to challenge racism and discrimination in all of its forms. Last Sunday, I was privileged to speak to some fabulous volunteers who wanted the stories of their families to be told and not to be forgotten, to be an education to a world where propaganda and misinformation is rife. So let me tell you about Sabina Miller. Sabina was born in 1922. She was Jewish, one of 5, and she grew up in a warm, comfortable, loving, happy home in Warsaw. When the Nazis invaded in 1939, their home was taken from them, and the family were forced to relocate to the ghetto. 400,000 people were crammed into just over 1 square mile. Hygiene was impossible, food was so scarce, and disease was rampant. Like many, Sabina contracted typhus. She was overwhelmed with the disease and she was unconscious for 18 days. She remembers her mum standing at the end of her bed saying, "You've got to live, you will live, you must survive." But when she awoke, both her mother and her father had died. The situation in the ghetto was desperate, so Sabina covered her Star of David and effected an extraordinary escape. She found illegal work alongside other Jewish girls on a farm, 20 years old, digging potatoes, cleaning out stables, and forced to sing anti-Semitic songs whilst they worked. While she was there, she received a postcard from her beloved sister Esther. It said, "I'm on a train. I don't know where I'm being taken. If anyone finds this card, please send it." Esther must have thrown that card from a train. And someone, in a simple act of kindness, delivered it. These were the last words that Sabina's sister would ever address to her. Shortly after, Sabina heard that the Sokolov and Vengrov ghettos, where the remainder of her family had been taken, had been, to quote the Nazis, liquidated. Her siblings, her parents, her cousins, her aunts, her uncles, her grandparents, all gone. She said later, "The fact that people have families and I haven't is something which hurts dreadfully." That was just the beginning of Sabina's amazing story of survival. She spent the winter of 42 living in an ice-cold small ditch, warily begging for food. She changed her identity many times, and she was imprisoned. Interrogated on 4 separate occasions by the Gestapo and eventually sent to a forced labour camp in Germany, where she remained until the war's end. I can't do justice to quite how unbelievable Sabina's story is and how unlikely it was that she would survive, but survive she did. As did Lila Black, born in Salonika and sent to Auschwitz with her husband, her daughter and the rest of her extended Greek family. She was the only survivor. 50,000 Jews lived in Salonika before the war. Approximately 96% of them were murdered in Nazi death camps. And I want to mention too, Tony Chewin, a Polish Jew, survived 2 concentration camps, hid in the German army, and finally escaped to Finland skiing for 3 days over the frozen sea to Sweden. Tony, whilst he was serving in the German army at huge personal risk, shared his meagre rations with women cleaning the barracks, a Jewish woman held in a prison camp. Years later, he attended a Holocaust event and heard that 2 women had survived their time in a Nazi camp by sharing scraps of food that one of them had been given by a German soldier. Sandra, Gloria and Jacqueline are the descendants of these strong, extraordinary people. They volunteer for generation to generation. All 3 women told me how their relatives completely rejected any notion of bravery or resilience. Instead, these survivors asked, "Why me?" And they answered, "I was lucky." Their stories are dotted with unexpected acts of kindness from Jews and non-Jews alike. And perhaps that was part of their luck. We know, in this place, that anti-Semitism, racial hatred and genocidal violence is still with us. I hope, and I know that the volunteers from generation to generation also hope, that by sharing these stories from survivors, that one day people will no longer be dehumanised, treated as other, humiliated, terrified, murdered because of their race, creed, nationality or religion. Let's remember the horror and the evils of the Holocaust, and let us not rest until justice is done for the victims in our world where genocide again threatens our humanity.
Yeah. It's an honour to follow Baroness Brown of Silvertown this afternoon. I too would like to add my congratulations to Lord Katz, Lord Evans of Sealand and Baroness Levitt on their excellent contribution and maiden speeches today. I have no doubt that each of you will make a wonderful contribution to this House. I would just like to tell Baroness Levitt that from my position here, I was able to see that your husband was smiling right through your presentation with such pride. But I also want to tell you that I've come away thinking that there's not such thing as a quiet breakfast in your household. If I may, as Lord Khan, in opening this debate in such a powerful way, mentioned seeing Manfred Goldberg last week, and I too had the privilege of listening to this wonderful, articulate 94-year-old who vividly described his life in Germany pre-war and how miraculously he managed to survive the brutality and suffering imposed on him by the Nazi regime. Unfortunately, though, Manfred is now in the minority. Very few Holocaust survivors remain alive to tell us of their experiences and to give us first-hand testimony to the wickedness imposed upon them and millions of others. My Lords, unless we continue to remember the Holocaust and the wickedness shown to the Jewish minority and other minorities across Europe, there is no guarantee that this will not happen again. The photograph of released hostage Eli Sharabi, captured by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, looking so gaunt and emaciated, reminded so many of us of the liberation of Belsen in 1945 and the horror discovered there. We say never again, but the rise in anti-Semitism here, 3,528 cases reported by CST in 2024, across Europe, in Australia, Canada, and the USA makes the risk of repetition a real possibility. Particularly worrying is the rise of anti-Semitism in our universities. Although much can be done to inform and to educate those born after the war, especially our children, and the Holocaust became part of the English national curriculum in 1991, hearing from survivors who experienced the horrors of the Holocaust is the best way of achieving this. If this cannot be done face to face, giving our children the opportunity of hearing from survivors remotely is the next best thing. It's commendable, therefore, that at a recent Holocaust Educational Trust dinner, our present Prime Minister announced a national ambition that every school child should hear the recorded testimony of a Holocaust survivor. Other initiatives include investing a further £2 million for Holocaust education, announced by the Chancellor in her budget, and making it compulsory for the teaching of the Holocaust to continue to be compulsory in state schools and expanded to include academies, both announced by the Education Secretary of State, Bridget Phillipson, following a curriculum review. All this is excellent, but to keep the memory of the Holocaust alive and to inform and educate today's and tomorrow's generations, the creation of Holocaust centres and memorials all around the world is so important. That is why I strongly support the building of a memorial and learning centre. Whilst the Holocaust galleries at the Imperial War Museum are impressive, building a lasting memorial here, right in the centre of Westminster, next to our Parliament, that has always stood for liberty and freedom all around the world, is making a massive statement that we here in the UK will remember now and will not forget in the future the events of the 1930s and 1940s, resulting in 6 million Jews and other minorities being slaughtered. Let the world know that we here in this wonderful United Kingdom, our home, will always stand against tyranny and prejudice wherever it raises its ugly head. The 2015 Prime Minister's Holocaust Commission report recommended the building of a striking and prominent new national memorial to be located in central London. And there can be no more striking and prominent location than right here in Victoria Tower Gardens. Objections have been raised to this location. It's argued that there are security and traffic issues, that the atmosphere of Victoria Tower Park will be changed, that access may be restricted, that too many people might visit the memorial. 3 million visitors a year are expected. I hope we increase on that number as it happens, and there are alternative sites that could be chosen. Frankly, I do not believe that these objections stack up. Security and traffic issues will arise wherever the memorial is located, and we will sort them, as we always do. As to the atmosphere in the park, I know how sensitive those responsible for the memorial are to this issue, and truly believe, as do I, that the park can be improved. By going ahead with the building of the Memorial and Learning Centre here, we are raising awareness of the Holocaust and acknowledging its importance, just as was achieved last month by the visit of His Royal Highness King Charles to Auschwitz on Holocaust Memorial Day, commemorating 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. No other memorial in any location in the world will be as prominent as this one.
The Noble Lord's speech was very moving and compelling, but a number of us have avoided burying this debate in a difficult discussion about the Victoria Tower Gardens proposal. And I wonder if he would do the same too, and move on to another subject.
Thank you for that intervention. It so happens that I'm through on this. I just wanted to add one last word, which is I think we should be very proud of going ahead with this. So I will accept your intervention, and I've nothing else to say except that I'd like to pay tribute to everyone who has spoken here today. I think every single speech has been most moving.
My Lords, I've been in your Lordship's house for just over 2 years, and this is the first time I'm taking part in this Holocaust Memorial Day. It is a humbling experience to listen to all the moving speeches. And as we all know, the word Holocaust is commonly associated with the Nazi genocide of Jews in Europe during the Second World War. It is one of the darkest and the most horrific episode in the human history. It highlights man's humanity to man. 6 million Jews, not one, not two, but 6 million. How could it happen? When I watch the grainy black and white footage of the concentration camps, it feels as though it happened yesterday. Not in some distant medieval times, not 100 years ago, but feels as though it's happened yesterday, and I could almost touch it. How could anyone conceive the idea that they could eradicate an entire race of millions of people from the face of this earth and not be held accountable by the future generations? Where were the voices of reason, the right-minded men and women in Germany at that time? How could a nation that gave the world great literature, great philosophy, classical music, descend into such barbarity? It is said that when the first news of what was happening in these concentration camps reached London and Washington, political establishment refused to believe it. They thought that it was not simply possible. And yet, due to some complex geopolitics, Germany was taken in by this evil, grotesque ideology, led by unscrupulous men, resulting in this mass murder on industrial scale. My Lords, learning about such horror should remind us all of the danger of nationalism, xenophobia, and rhetoric of hate. Regardless of our political differences, it is our responsibility to oppose politicians and leaders who prey on people's fear and promote hate. It is up to us to defend democracy, freedom, life, and liberty. Over the centuries, mankind has committed countless horrendous mass murders, massacres, atrocities. Some have faced justice, others have not. The German playwright and anti-Nazi activist Bertolt Brecht wrote, "When crimes begin to pile up, they become invisible. When suffering becomes unendurable, the cries are no longer heard." In 1948, United Nations established the Genocide Convention, which remains the main international legal instrument for preventing genocides. And yet, tragically, this has not prevented further atrocities being committed. In July 1995, right in the heart of Europe, 8,000 men and boys were murdered in cold blood by Bosnian Serbs in what is known as the Srebrenica massacre. In July 1994, in Rwanda, over 1 million people were slaughtered. Back in 1995, the Turkish army systematically murdered well over 1 million Armenians, an event widely regarded as genocide. In 1968, American troops slaughtered hundreds of unarmed civilians in a Vietnam village and gang-raped women and girls in what became known as My Lai massacre. Only man convicted of this crime, William Calley, was later pardoned by President Nixon, and that speaks volume about our present-day justice system, my lords. And in November 1984, after the assassination of the Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, we witnessed the planned massacre of many thousands of innocent Sikh men, women and children in Delhi. 40 years have passed, and yet justice remains elusive. In India, at Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar in 13th of April 1919, during the British Raj, General Reginald Dyer ordered his troops to open fire on an unarmed crowd of over 20,000 people, killing hundreds. British historian Nigel Collett, in his biography of General Dyer, titled The Butcher of Amritsar, claimed that over 800 men, women and children were mowed down in just 10 minutes, with hundreds more dying from their wounds. My lords, I could go on with many more examples. The history is full of such atrocities and massacres. But above all, the Holocaust is the worst of them all. It happened. Thank you.
My lords, it is always a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Sahota and to wind up from these benches a debate in your lordship's house, but it's sometimes also a privilege, and today clearly falls into the latter category. It has of course been a pleasure to listen to the many fine speeches from all parts of the House. I hope I'll be forgiven if I single out right at the start the 3 impressive maiden speeches we've heard from the noble Lord Katz, the noble Lord Evans of Sealand, and the diamond-studded maiden speech from the noble Lady Baroness Levitt, who, not for the first and perhaps not the last time, left the noble Lord Carlisle of Berriew following in her wake. Though I must say, in all seriousness, I've heard the noble Lord speak many times in this chamber. Today's speech, even by his standards, was outstanding and extremely moving. And the fact that the 3 maiden speakers chose a non-party political topic for their speech means I can congratulate them even more fulsomely than is usual. And I know I speak for everyone here when I say that we are looking forward to their many contributions in future years. Now, in this debate, as the enunciators remind us, we are asked to take note of Holocaust Memorial Day. And although that is the traditional form of the question for such debates in your lordship's house, may I suggest that a debate asking us to take note is particularly appropriate for this topic. Because the Holocaust happened because people did not take note. They did not take note of what was being said on their streets. They did not take note of what was being decided in their parliament. They did not take note when extremists marched through their streets, when shops were boycotted, when Jews were discriminated against in public services, in professions and in the public square. They simply didn't take note. As my noble friend Lord Balfe said, they blanked themselves out. Because the Holocaust did not happen overnight, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Lichfield, reminded us. It was planned, and the plans were made public. It was actually founded on and in law, and one of the overlooked casualties of the Holocaust, as the noble and learned Lord Newbury of Abbotsbury remarked, was law and justice. because the murders in the gas chambers were preceded by concentration camps, the concentration camps by ghettos, the ghettos by discrimination, and that discrimination was rooted in law and upheld by the German courts, their lawyers, and yes, their judges. And the fact that it didn't happen overnight prompts us to ask, why did people not take note? Where were the protests? As the late Chief Rabbi Lord Sachs pointed out, and like others, I miss his presence especially on days like this, there were no protests. When on one day in 1933, all Jewish lawyers in Germany came to their offices and cleared their desks under compulsion of law, let us remember, there was no protest. Nor was there a protest when the doctors had to do the same, and then all the other professions. There was simply silence, indifference, no one took note. Nor was there any protest in Austria, when on one day in 1938, 1/6 of Vienna's population, the Jews, were banned from owning property. 1/6 of a city, not a single protest. So if Holocaust Memorial Day is to mean anything, it must encourage us to speak out and call out injustice. We have a duty to take note. And I suggest that as part of that duty to take note, we should consider Holocaust Memorial Day, now a quarter of a century old, and pay tribute to the work of many organisations, including the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, the Holocaust Educational Trust, so ably led by Karen Pollock, which work so hard to commemorate and to educate. And may I also commend respectfully the work done by my noble friend Lord Pickles in this area. But let me make 3 points. First, let us be clear about the unambiguous aim of the Holocaust. It was the systematic and industrial murder of Jews with the aim that there would be no Jews left in the world. The Holocaust was put into effect by means of laws which explicitly referenced Jews and made special provision for them. The Nazis had no trouble using the word Jews. They knew who their victims were and, just as importantly, why they were the victims. The Jews were to be murdered simply and only because they were Jews. And so I ask, in common with the noble lady Baroness Fox of Buckley, why do so many organisations seem to find it so difficult to use the word Jews or Jewish when commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day? The Royal Free Hospital, millions of people killed during the Holocaust, no mention of Jews. Barnet Council, the victims of the Holocaust, no mention of Jews. Cambridge City Council, another entity for whom the word Jews appears to have become verboten. And this isn't a party political point, so let me single out for praise Islington Council, with its solid Labour majority, who referred to the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. My lords, if they can do it, so can everybody else. And of course we can, and we should, and we will, and we must remember other victims also, and why they were victims, because they were gay, or Roma, or had mental or physical disabilities. But the overwhelming majority of the victims of the Holocaust were Jews, because they were Jews, and they deserve to be remembered as Jews. So first, we do not remember the victims of the Holocaust by denying who the victims were or why they were the victims. Second, let us be clear about the uniqueness of the Holocaust. Just as we do not remember the victims by denying why they were victims, we do not commemorate the victims by lumping the Holocaust together with other genocides and other tragedies. We mustn't globalise the Holocaust, as the noble lady Baroness Deach put it. There is space in the human heart for all victims. To recognise the uniqueness of the Holocaust in terms of its numbers, its industrialised systems of murder, the use of entire state apparatus for one purpose only, to rid the world of Jews, to recognise the uniqueness of that appalling enterprise is not to denigrate or demean or ignore other genocides, whether in Bosnia or Rwanda or Sudan or anywhere else, a point powerfully made also by Lord Perec. So second, we do not remember the victims of the Holocaust by denying the uniqueness of the Holocaust. And third, we certainly do not remember the victims by denying that there was a genocide at all, or by using the murdered Jews of the Holocaust in some perverted form of inverted history to attack living Jews. We are used to the ramblings of Holocaust deniers and those who refuse to confront the reality of the Nazi genocide, and we rightly ignore them. But denial comes in many forms. To give the most egregious example, the President of Ireland, in his speech at the National Holocaust Commemoration event, began by saying that the Holocaust started with the manipulation of language, and then, astonishingly, referred to the Holocaust as an attempted genocide. Twice. If you talk about an attempted genocide, you are denying it was a genocide. The President of Ireland also used his speech at a national commemoration event for the Holocaust, let us remember, to deliver himself of his views on Israel and, of course, Gaza. I will not trouble the House with what he said. They do not merit repetition in Hansard or, frankly, anywhere else. But his words were so incendiary that Irish Jews who protested the President's use, or I should say misuse, of that sacred platform were forcibly removed from the venue. Jews being manhandled out of a Holocaust commemoration event. How could that happen? It happens, my lords, because there are too many people who are only too willing to attend and speak at events commemorating dead Jews, but are nowhere to be seen when it comes to protecting living Jews. And the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, was, with respect, absolutely right when he reminded us that the hatred of Jews did not begin in Nazi Germany in 1933, and my noble friend Baroness Eaton was equally right to remind us that the need to protect Jews did not end in 1945. Because for living Jews today, the Jewish community, for all the talk of a Jewish diaspora, is overwhelmingly based in two locations only, North America and Israel. The former can, at least for the moment, look after itself, but the latter needs and deserves our support. Because it's not just that Israel was born in the shadow of the Holocaust, it's that if there had been an Israel, there wouldn't have been a Holocaust. It really is that simple. When the First Zionist Congress met in 1897, no one then knew which of the various strategies for the survival of the Jewish people would prove successful. Would it be to embrace communism or socialist Bundism? Would it be to advocate for Western assimilationism or even to join forces with Arab nationalism? They all had their supporters, but which was the right path? Today, we know the answer to that question. The Holocaust gave its final bloody say, and the answer of history was found in the piled bodies and heaps of ashes at Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor, and elsewhere. And as in 1945, so also in 2025, the simple fact is that Israel and Zionism, which is no more and no less than the right to Jewish self-determination, is essential for the future of the Jewish people as a nation. You don't have to like modern Israel any more than you like or don't like modern Greece. You can agree or disagree with its government or its policies or its actions. But you can't commemorate Jews who were victims in the Holocaust because they couldn't defend themselves if you deny Jews today, whether individually or collectively, the right and indeed the means to defend themselves. So where others did not take note, we will take note, and we will do more. The noble Lord Shinkwin asked, what does never again mean? I'll answer that large question with a very short answer, building upon a point made by my noble friend Lord Gold. It means that we will not stand by silently at a time when pictures of starved and emaciated Jews, who have been starved and are emaciated only because they are Jews and were Jews, which we saw as black and white pictures in our history books, have now reappeared as colour images of released Israeli hostages on last night's TV news. Now, in accordance with Jewish tradition, I will not end these remarks on a sad note. So let me end by congratulating the usual channels, the powers that be, if I can borrow William Tyndale's magnificent phrase, for arranging this debate today. Holocaust Memorial Day was, of course, a few weeks ago, but today is a very appropriate day for this debate. And that's because today is actually a Jewish festival known as Tu B'Shvat, celebrated each year on the 15th day of the Hebrew month of Shevat. It is one of the 4 new years in the Jewish calendar. The monarch may have 2 birthdays, but we have 4 new years. Each serves a different purpose. Rosh Hashanah in the autumn begins the Jewish New Year for many purposes, but Tu B'Shvat was the date for calculating the agricultural cycle for the purpose of biblical tithes. And in modern times, it's become the celebration of ecological awareness. When many trees are planted, it's often known as the New Year for trees. Now, on Holocaust Memorial Day, we commemorate the many Jewish communities who were uprooted, the millions of individuals, men, women, and all too many children who were cut down. Family trees, like mine, shorn of many branches because they were consumed in the fire and the horror of the Holocaust. But in the spirit of Tu B'Shvat, we will today pledge ourselves not only to take note of the destruction wrought by the Holocaust, but to plant afresh, to nurture new growth, and to help those communities, both in Israel and throughout the diaspora, to blossom and flourish again. 80 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, we must loudly and confidently proclaim, Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel lives.
My Lords, we have had a powerful and moving debate. This debate, as ever, is your Lordship's house at its best, and it is a privilege to follow Lord Wolfson, who delivered an incredible speech. And I wish him and the trees Hag Sameach. Before I move on to the substantive part of my speech, I want to start by offering huge mazel tov. There might be a little bit of Yiddish and Hebrew in my speech today. Good luck, Hansard. To my noble friends who have made such wonderful maiden speeches. I want to start with my very good friend, Lord Katz, the chair of JLM, who was chair of JLM when I was the parliamentary chair of JLM. I think it would be fair to say he was my partner in crime and my friend as we fought for the heart and soul of our party. It was a roller coaster, but because of him and many members of your Lordship's house, we won. And today I know that Chaim and Solomon would have been so proud to see him deliver his maiden speech. I'd like to follow, I think, by talking about Baroness Levitt, whose speech was spectacular. I love the idea of her as a 14-year-old getting expelled. I think I too was always naughty, but too scared of my teachers to be that naughty. She was quite clear about why she's here and about the rule of law. But I think all members of your Lordship's house are going to remember the jewellery. Lord Carlisle, I don't know how you're ever going to match additional gifts to your wife, but you did an extraordinary speech, but I am quite clear you may be lucky to have her, but we on our benches are delighted to have her. That was an incredible speech. And turning to the third maiden of today, from my noble friend Lord Evans of Sealand, I think we didn't quite celebrate his role in defeating the evil of the politics of Jeremy Corbyn. My noble friend was the man who helped rescue my party from the brink and who suspended Jeremy Corbyn from the Labour Party. I will always be grateful for the work that he did. He delivered on the now Prime Minister's commitment to rip out anti-Semitism from the Labour Party by its roots. And importantly for this side of the House, he is also the man who was he was General Secretary of my party when we won the general election. For that we are grateful. It is also an honour to close this debate today, which was so well opened by my noble friend, Lord Khan. My Lords, this House is very special, and the fact that this debate, of all debates, is being opened by a practising Muslim and closed by a practising Jew just says how far our society is. My Lords, as we have heard, this year's Holocaust Memorial Day marked the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. It is an especially poignant occasion. The last major anniversary when we can expect to have significant numbers of Holocaust survivors able to share their testimony, and attended by His Majesty the King, a symbol, if there was ever one, to the Jewish community and the world about the importance of this date and the place the Holocaust shares in our collective history. This is the last major anniversary where it is the words of survivors, not ours, that touch our hearts, which is why I am as ever in awe of my noble friend Lord Dubs, who has once again reminded us of his modesty. It may just have been a train that he got on, but we are so grateful that he did, and that his parents were brave enough to put him on it. Nicky Winton, as he reminded us, gave us a blessing. They gave us the noble Lord, an inspirational colleague, but Nicky Winton also provided us with the clearest example of how one person truly can change the world. My Lords, it's been a privilege to hear so many Lords share their personal experiences and reflections during the course of this debate. As the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Lichfield, reminded us, for many of us, this is now our responsibility. If the words never again are to be made real, then the onus is on us and on every generation going forward to tell the stories of our families. As we heard from the noble Lady Baroness Deach and of her family's heartbreaking stories, for me, her story will always now be demonstrated that survival by silverware, a story I won't ever forget. And the noble Lord Carlisle, whose personal testimony about his family reminded us of the impact of the Holocaust on those that survived, the impact of survivors' guilt, a theme that was also touched on by the noble Viscount Eccles. I also think it's incredibly important on days like today that we remember those who liberated us, because they too had to live with what they saw. And I'd like to thank my noble friend Baroness Ramsay for her speech, but also highlighting the role that her father played in the liberation. My story too is a personal one. When I spoke in this debate last year, I spoke about my family arriving in the UK in the 1890s, fleeing the pogroms of Tsarist Russia. As far as we know, not one of those who chose to remain in the shtetl survived the Shoah. My Lords, I am proud to be British, but I also realise how lucky I am to be too. For my family, anti-Jewish hatred is not an academic exercise. It is formative to my understanding of my place in the world. The Shoah helped shape not just my existence, but my worldview. My family, as do many in your Lordship's house, know only too well where hate can lead and the importance of security and freedom, and the requirement, the duty, to fight for those core human rights we take for granted at our peril, a powerful point made by the noble Lord Neuberger. My Lords, we're here today to remember those that were murdered because of who they were, not what they did, because they were apparently easy targets for ideologues and dictators who sought to gain and abuse power by scapegoating communities, amplifying tropes, and embracing hate and fear over hope, building on thousands of years of hatred towards my community. As my noble friend Lord Parrott reminded us, they also used the tools of the state to murder Jews. But at a time when my community and many others are once again scared, I want to find some hope in this horror, some light in the darkness. As we do this, I want to thank the noble Lord Pickles for his work, his dedication to Holocaust Memorial and the fight against anti-Semitism, both here and across the globe, is not just recognised but celebrated. And I, for one, am grateful for his service. He is one of the lights in the darkness. On Holocaust Memorial Day, people across the world came together and lit candles to remember the 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered during the Holocaust, and the hundreds of thousands of others killed for being gay, disabled, Roma and Sinti, black, trade unionists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and anyone considered a threat to the Aryan people. As the noble Lord Weir of Ballyholme reminded us, behind each of the statistics and the people we talk about, there was a person, a family and a story. But I do want to reassure the noble Lady Baroness Fox that this government is clear on the unique evil that the Holocaust was and the specific devastating impact on the Jewish community. In 1933, there were 9.5 million Jews living in Europe. There weren't in 1945. My Lord's, language does matter, but so do symbols. And this candle's flame, when we talk about lighting the darkness, represents the human soul and serves as a reminder of the frailty and beauty of life. As we remember the appalling acts of the Holocaust, it has become so much more than that. This frailty and beauty is ever present at the Children's Memorial in Yad Vashem, which represents 1.5 million Jewish children murdered in the Holocaust. In the underground chamber, the flame of a single candle is reflected by countless mirrors, while the names, ages and hometowns of children who were murdered are read out in Hebrew, English and Yiddish. Each reflection reminds us of a life not lived, a child who was murdered before they could make a mark on the world, a family that was never going to grow. The wrenching power of this sacred memorial to what was lost, for me at least, allows us to see the totality of the Shoah, the true scale of the loss. I know if I were to visit 1,000 times, each time my heart would break. Yad Vashem allows us to see the depravity to which man can sink when we begin to see our fellow human beings as somehow less than us, less worthy of dignity and of life. We see how evil can triumph when good people do nothing, and we see how silence led to one of the most appalling crimes in history. How people were targeted for who they were, how they prayed, or who they loved. But Yad Vashem is more than just a memorial and a museum to remind us of man's capacity for evil. They also provide us with hope, the stories of the righteous among the nations who refused to be bystanders. And it is here we need to find our hope. A reminder that we are not impotent, that we can all stand up against the politics of hatred and that our actions can change someone's world, can be a light in the darkness. As the noble Lady Baroness Ludford reminded us, listening to first-hand witness is vital and provides a light in the darkness, a source of hope and inspiration. At a special ceremony held in Parliament to mark Holocaust Memorial Day earlier this year, we heard the testimony of Alfred Garwood, someone I had not heard before, who was born in a Nazi ghetto in 1942, imprisoned in Bergen-Belsen and liberated by the Red Army when he was being moved to another camp, all before his 3rd birthday. He survived only because his father had been born in London and was considered valuable to the Nazis. Alfred spent the rest of his childhood in Britain and grew up in the centre of a community of Holocaust survivors. He has devoted his life to understanding the psychological implications of trauma related to the genocide. His words will stick with me forever. If you are consumed by hate, the only people you successfully hurt is yourself. He is a light in the darkness. My lords, as many members of your lordship's house have stated, we cannot ignore what is in front of us. And what is in front of us, as was reported by the CST this week, are shocking levels of anti-Semitism on our streets, which are scarring our towns and cities. The report released by CST yesterday recorded 3,528 anti-Semitic incidents in 2024. My lords, there are only 250,000 Jews in the UK. There will not be a Jewish family who was not touched by an anti-Semitic incident in the last year. 10 are being reported every day. This is the second highest number on record, surpassed only by the appalling figures of 2023, where there were 4,296 incidents, the majority of which followed the pogroms of October 7th. As my community grieved about events abroad, where they were worried about their families in Israel, they were being targeted at home. Their only crime was to be Jewish. This is not acceptable in 21st century Britain. These rising numbers are a wake-up call for us all. How can it be that one of the smallest minority communities in the UK is facing such hatred? Well, the number of incidents is high. We must not lose sight of the fact that not all hate crimes are reported. How many members of your lordship's chamber, who are regularly targets of the racists, report every incident? Even I do not. My life has to be more than their hatred, and sometimes I do not want to pick up the phone and say what happened to me in the street. But we must appreciate the scale of that challenge. But, my lords, while it is easy to be disheartened, that is not the approach I am prepared to take. The work of the CST, the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, the Holocaust Education Trust, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and the Association of Jewish Refugees ensure that they are all lights in the darkness, as is generation to generation so strongly promoted by my noble friend Baroness Brown of Silverton, as she told such powerful testimony, and I am delighted that she is working with them. All of the groups, all of the organisations that are working together demonstrate that we are never powerless in the face of hatred. And I, for one, am very aware that I owe my own safety and security to the dedicated team of professional staff and volunteers at CST who have protected me when I have been in the middle of a racist storm. CST, HET, there's lots of initials, HMDT and AGR are actively out there every day tackling anti-Jewish hatred, educating about the dangers of where hatred can lead, and remembering that crime of crimes, the Holocaust. Their work also shows that we all have choices. We can choose to be the light. We can call out those who hide in dark places. We have the choice to ignore what happens to others or to act on behalf of others. My lords, it's much easier when someone stands in front of you when you are being targeted than you have to fight for yourself. This is our obligation, not simply to bear witness, but to act, as the noble Lord Shinkwin made clear. But what does this mean today? It means confronting bigotry and hatred in all its forms. It has no place in the classrooms of children, on the campuses of our universities, in our hospitals, or in the corridors of power, nor does it have any place on the streets of the United Kingdom. We must never forget that our children are not born to hate, they are taught to hate. And as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Manchester, made clear, they can also be taught about love and history, as did the noble Lord Gold. Holocaust Memorial Day has reminded us this year that our freedoms are all too fragile. There is a responsibility on all of us to do everything we can to protect and cherish them. As the noble Lord Balfe reminded us, both of the international context and the scale of anti-Semitism, and as the noble Lord Sohoto, who spoke so movingly about the banality of evil and how many other acts of violence there have been in our society. But, my lords, today we get to reflect on where we are, where we were, and where we are going. So I would like to give the final word to be that of the Holocaust survivor, the late Sir Ben Hefgott, who said, "My Holocaust experiences may have hardened me, made me more realistic about human nature, but I was repelled by the evil I witnessed. I despaired, but I did not let cruelty and injustice break my spirit. I refused to poison my life with revenge, and hatred for hatred is corrosive. Instead, I was left with a dream to live in a world of understanding, compassion, fraternity, and love for my fellow man."
Lords, the question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Perhaps a little pause before we move to the next business. My Lords, question to short debate, bank closures and the impact on people in rural communities. Lord Bishop of Newcastle.
My Lords, I want to thank all the noble lords who are taking part in this short debate and look forward to listening to each of the contributions that they will bring. While this debate has its focus on diverse rural communities, my lords, I know that the issue that is before us today is not solely a rural one. Last month, Lloyds Banking Group announced that they will be closing 136 bank branches across the country. The Tyne Valley in Northumberland will see another 3 branches close their doors, 2 in Hexham and 1 in Prudhoe, meaning that customers in Hexham will need to travel over 15 miles to Consett to visit their nearest Lloyds branch. Lloyds' announcement comes after a decade of decline in the number of high street banks, figures from which show that 6,266 bank branches have closed across the UK over the past 10 years, representing 63% of branches open at the start of 2015. If bank branches continue closing at such a rate, we face living in a society where those unable to bank digitally are financially excluded. However, it is not the closure of banks that is at the heart of this issue, but the stripping away of essential services without adequate alternative provisions. With the number of customer transactions at the Lloyds branch in Prudhoe having almost halved in the last 5 years, its closure is understandable. Online banking is indeed far more convenient for many, but where does that leave those who rely on the services that in-person banking provides? Those living in rural areas whose internet broadband is unreliable. Those who struggle to understand online systems and fear the risk of fraud. Those on low incomes who rely on cash to manage their budget. And those in need of advice to set up a mortgage or business, for whom a phone call cannot compare. While the rise of online banking has increased the ease of managing money for many, the support that face-to-face services provide continues to be vital, especially to some of the most vulnerable people. An Age UK survey reveals that the use of online banking is as low as 14% among the 85-plus age group. A complete transition to digital banking risks financially excluding many older people, making it harder to manage their money and fully participate in society. The closure of banks also reflects the wider issue of declining high street services. We should not underestimate, my lords, the contribution of such services to fostering a sense of connection in diverse communities. This is not, as I said, solely an issue of rurality, in the context of a culture with increasing isolation and loneliness. Access to cash also remains essential, with 5 million people continuing to use it every day. The closure of local banks puts pressure on small rural businesses, some of which experience a lower footfall because of less access to cash in their area. Many owners are forced to travel further distances to deposit cash and carry out their banking, leading to reduced opening hours. There are also those with special needs, for whom using banking apps is not an option. I welcome the new duty that the Financial Conduct Authority has placed on banks to assess the impact that the closure of a branch will have on access to cash in the area, and to ensure adequate services are implemented ahead of closure. However, cash assessments only address part of the issue. These regulations do not protect vital face-to-face services that people rely on. The assessment of cash access in Prudhoe, completed by Link last month, deemed that there are already cash access facilities within a mile radius of the Lloyds branch that will close this coming May. It therefore concluded that no further services, such as a banking hub, are needed in Prudhoe. The assessment does not, however, consider the impact on access to face-to-face services within the community, as they lose the town's one remaining physical bank branch. My lords, I fully support the introduction and rollout of banking hubs, enabling communities to access the fundamental function of banks from a range of providers in person where bank branches are scarce. I praise the government for their commitment to open 350 hubs over the next 5 years, and particularly the recent announcement of plans to open 10 new hubs, including Alnwick and Amble in Northumberland and Whitley Bay in North Tyneside. Nevertheless, I remain concerned about the pace of the rollout. According to Cash Access UK, the provider of banking hubs, it takes approximately 12 months to open a hub, as they must secure a suitable property and appoint operators and community bankers. So what steps are the government taking to speed up the rollout of banking hubs in light of increasing banking closures? And what certainty do they have in the FCA to fulfil its duty of ensuring that no community is left with a gap between the closure of a bank and the opening of a banking hub? Considering the current rate of bank closures and the Lloyd's recent announcements, I am concerned that 350 hubs will not be enough to fill the gap in services that the rapidly closing bank branches are leaving. So I ask, is the government open to increasing this target to meet the needs of diverse communities? Finally, my lords, whilst banking hubs are essential in providing face-to-face services, I also believe that they have a key role to play in bridging the digital divide. Banking hubs are well placed to offer training and support to those who do not find it easy to manage their finances online and to equip them with the digital skills to do so. What steps are the government taking to encourage banking hubs to provide training to enable people to manage their finances online and promote digital inclusion and thereby reduce digital poverty? Online banking, my lords, is an innovative tool to manage our personal finances, but it should not come at the expense of removing essential services from rural communities, nor the digital and financial exclusion of some of the most vulnerable people in society. I urge the government to ensure that no one is left behind, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's response.
My Lords, the Right Reverend Prelate deserves our congratulations and thanks for raising this topic today, crucial as it is to the strength of communities throughout the country and therefore to the country itself. She is not only reverend, she is right. My Lords, I declare my interest as a member of the Horizon Compensation Advisory Board. The relevance of that is that it will come as no surprise to your Lordships that I want to talk about the Post Office. I believe in the Post Office. Despite all that it has done, despite the mayhem and trauma it has inflicted on sub-postmasters throughout the country, despite the appalling scandal of the Horizon saga, the Post Office is essential to communities up and down the country. I will go so far as to say I love the Post Office. Not because of its management, obviously, nor because of its structure, nor its behaviour, but because of the relationships that the sub-postmasters have with their communities. It was because of those relationships that the Post Office brand was the most trusted brand in the country. The sub-postmasters know their communities. They help pensioners with any issues that they might have. They keep an eye out for people who haven't been around recently and who therefore might need their help. They hold the community together. They lead the community. And all of that is one of the reasons that it was so disgraceful of the Post Office management to use and abuse that most trusted brand in the country, to prosecute and persecute the people who had generated that trust. And this debate, for which I again thank the Right Reverend Prelate, gives me an opportunity to say that the Post Office may form the basis of a wide-ranging solution to the problems that she rightly sets out. The UK's banking network has worse than halved since 2015. The Link network says that there are about 3,000 bank branches left. The Minister for Small Businesses, speaking in another place last week, said there were below 5,000. Either way, it's not enough. Age UK has briefed your lordships on how this hits the elderly particularly hard. The elderly may be less digitally adroit than younger people. They may need to be protected from online scams. They may rely more on cash. They may need face-to-face advice. My lords, the solution to these issues is the post office. The government has the ambition of banking hubs, and they're rolling out 350 of these, over 100 of which are already up and running. And my lords, that's excellent. But it's not ambitious enough. Hubs are the key to holding communities together. Those hubs could include, and in my opinion should include, not just banking, but social interaction. Yeah. They could include that essential ingredient for all civilized life, coffee, and even cake. And over the coffee and cake, people could meet to discuss what to do if they feel digitally excluded. They could bring their laptops in and work out how to upgrade them, how to protect themselves from scams. They could access all manner of government services, local and national, possibly even other services, including driving licenses, powers of attorney. They could work out how to deal with planning applications. They could buy things, and not just coffee and cake. Perhaps there could be a health centre hub, so they could be told they were drinking too much coffee. And all of this would not just be a major step forward in relation to convenience, it would be good for the resilience of the country. Resilience, my lords, is the new black. A couple of years ago, I chaired a select committee which examined risk planning and risk management. We found that the key to dealing with risk is general resilience, and that resilience is most in evidence when it is bolstered and disseminated by strong communities. And if the post office is about anything, it's about communities. So the last thing the government should be doing, as sadly happened in November, is closing post offices. As banks close their branches, we need more post offices, not fewer. We need bigger post offices with the wonderful sub-postmasters getting back to their rightful role as leaders and enablers of their strong communities.
My lords, it's a pleasure to follow my noble friend, Lord Arbuthnot, and to have the opportunity to congratulate him again on being recognised as Parliamentarian of the Year for all the work that he did to represent the postmistresses and postmasters through that terrible, one of the darkest periods in this country's legal history. Can I also thank and congratulate the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle, for securing such an important debate. I declare my technology and financial services interests, not least as advisor to EcoSpend and Trustly. My lords, I'd like to concentrate on connectivity, cash and community. Connectivity is the essence of being human. How we relate, how we connect with one another in real time in the physical world. With bank branches retreating from our high streets, when it comes to gaining financial services, this is becoming vanishingly impossible in real world. So what is a solution for people who want to do their daily banking. Not just individuals, but micro and small businesses as well. Well, the stats tell us that whichever one chooses, you can be in a certain percentage a mile away from your nearest branch or 3 miles away. But when one looks at other elements of connectivity, that's as good as being 300 miles away if you can't get there. I too would like to focus on the key role I believe the Post Office can play to bring forward solutions in this space. A brand that has been in our communities and in our society for over half a millennia. There has to be such a future for such a brand to deliver to the financial challenges, to the digital inclusion challenges, to the community cohesion challenges, to connectivity. And what happens for people if they find themselves without a banking branch or easy access to a post office? Well, you can go online, we're told. But what about if you can't? If it's not accessible, or indeed you don't want to, because many reasons, not least the fact that we're in the midst of a fraud epidemic. The 3 largest economies on planet Earth: number 1, the United States of America; number 2, China; number 3, economic crime and fraud. Would the Minister agree that the government understands why people may not choose to go online, and what are they doing to further help people online and to help them when they are in that online world, particularly with something as personal and serious as finance? Connectivity. What happens if you have no bank branch and the broadband and mobile coverage isn't all that in your area? Not least in rural communities, but also in some city not spots. You can be as financially savvy, as digitally smart as you want. You can have the best device, but with no broadband or mobile connectivity, that payment isn't being made. What's the government's plan to look at all of these elements of connectivity to enable everybody to have the financial inclusion and the digital inclusion, not only that they deserve and need, but the financial inclusion and digital inclusion that is vital if the government are going to deliver to levelling up and if they're going to deliver to their growth agenda? Because if the bank branch has gone, no bank branch, no bus, no broadband, difficult to see financial inclusion and digital inclusion. To the question of cash, a lot of good work has happened around access to cash. What's the government's medium-term commitment to enabling access to cash, to the very service that underpins cash and the ease of being able to access it across our communities, across our country? And with access to cash, can I ask the Minister whether there's a continuing commitment to free access to cash at all ATMs across the country? And what of cash acceptance? What's the government's plan in terms of cash acceptance? Because to put it in terms, what currency cash if no place to spend it? And as my noble friend Lord Arbuthnot said, cash is such a key underpin for resilience, financial resilience for individuals, many of whom who don't want to go online or want to run their household, their businesses with cash for reasons of control. But similarly to the broader economy, what's the government's view as to the resilience of continuing the cash system if and when things go wrong in the digital space? And finally, on cash, what's the government's plans in terms of further innovating around access to and acceptance of cash? I was fortunate to bring an amendment to the Financial Services Now Act of 2021, which enabled cash back without the need for a purchase. Measure of success, well, in terms of financial inclusion, most of the transactions that have occurred as a result of that service for £20 and under, really delivering to financial inclusion. To the third C, the most important, of community. Because yes, we can build digital communities and they can be incredibly effective, but ultimately it's how we meet, where we come together and relate in the physical space, the human world. Some may say IRL, but ultimately it's that community space where so much human potential, economic, social and psychological good can get done. So a quartet of final questions for the Minister, if I may. How many hubs by the end of this year? And I agree that we could be more ambitious. Would the Minister not consider setting an ambitious target of 1,000 hubs by the end of this Parliament? Because it would take at least 2,000 hubs to properly cover the branches that have disappeared and continue to disappear. What's the government's thoughts around increasing business banking services within these hubs? Again, for micro and small businesses, this could be an absolute lifeline. They don't have time to get into a vehicle and go 5 miles to another town, another branch. They want to run their businesses. So what plans around increasing business banking facilities at the hubs? And while we're on these issues of financial inclusion, can I ask the Minister, what's the government's views around flat screen card payment devices, completely inaccessible for blind people and many other people? The worst thing about it, it's taking something which was previously accessible, the card payment machine which had buttons on, perfectly accessible, able to make payments independently, now for want of that technology change, completely inaccessible. Will the government consider looking at this and giving a view as to whether they breach equalities legislation? My Lords, financial inclusion, digital inclusion often walk hand in hand. It's the government's role, it's all of our role to play a part in bringing them about, because the social, the human, the community possibilities that come about as a result of that is what makes it worth being in a country such as the United Kingdom. I look forward to the Minister's response. Ultimately, it's an issue for rural communities, it's an issue for all communities, because finance at its heart is how we enable possibilities. That's the purpose. Individual possibilities, business possibilities, community possibilities. I thank the Right Reverend Prelate again for giving us the opportunity to discuss these matters this evening.
Yeah.
My Lords, let me join in the thanks to the Right Reverend Bishop of Newcastle for obtaining this debate. It may be a short debate, but as others have said, it's an exceedingly important one. And I think I can say if it wasn't on the sort of last debate before recess, there would probably be a much bigger attendance, but that the range of comments would probably be very much the same. Seems to me this is an area where the House has tended to be of one voice in its general concerns. That hasn't always penetrated through to the regulators or to the banking community. My Lords, the Right Reverend Bishop described very accurately that the whole banking landscape has changed beyond recognition, really in the last 5 years. I accept the number of about 3,000 bank branches remaining open in the UK, but more of them closing almost on a daily basis. And that's compared to about 10,000 10 years ago and over 20,000 in the late 1980s. Now, we can all accept that the rapid transition to digital banking and a broadly cashless way of life suits a lot of people. But there are an increasing number of people and communities, most especially people who might have disabilities, people who might happen to be older, but again, particularly people in rural areas, who are being left behind because their basic banking needs are barely being met by the system as it is today. And rural Northern Ireland is probably an extreme example that, of some of the most, as an area of particular concern. Some areas of the UK can now very accurately be described as banking deserts, with long trips to physical branches and often not even a reasonable bus route for someone who doesn't have a car. Now, the FCA has produced new guidance on bank closures. It's very cash-focused, and I wonder if the Minister will be able to comment on whether she thinks it's adequate, and also tell us whether or not sanctions have been applied to banks which seek to evade basically the intent of that guidance. And it's not just individuals affected, as other speakers have said. Many small businesses, especially independent shops, have been very adversely impacted, and bank closures have added to that growing sense of desolation in many high streets. Surveys show that many customers feel they are being forced into a new way of banking, which they find far less convenient and secure. And customers whose local branch has been shut down are not only travelling long distances if they want to talk to someone about their money, but that they feel that that whole closure process is happening without proper engagement with them, without engagement with customers, and certainly without the consent of many vulnerable groups and communities. It's simply being done to them and they feel powerless. And it would be naive not to recognise that the banks are saving something like £2.5 billion annually by these changes, so they are very motivated to close bank branches and move away from providing that face-to-face activity. 5 million people still looking on cash as a necessity, and 5% with no bank account. My Lords, far too often the debate is framed solely around access to cash. It really does fail to recognise that some people want and need face-to-face banking without having to make a long journey. And it might be something like registering a death, probate, powers of attorney, support with fraudulent activity, larger payments and transfers, help on mortgages and loans. And as Lord Holmes is pointing out, small businesses often find that face-to-face discussion is necessary for them to have the confidence to begin to branch out, acquire the knowledge that they need, to borrow and then to grow. So it's very much part of the government's economic agenda. And I'm concerned that banking hubs, along with the post offices, are being positioned as the key solution. We, on these benches, have always supported shared banking hubs, provided they provide a good range of basic banking services, including the presence of community bankers from all the main banks on a regular and frequent basis. And my Lords, that I would ask the government if, when it has the next financial services bill, it would amend the legislation to reflect that much broader need. And what measures are Treasury, and indeed what measures are the regulator taking to make sure that those additional banking services are very much the norm and very well represented within banking hubs? And I would join with Lord Holmes and Lord Arbuthnot in saying, since the rollout has been quite glacial, that there's a serious lack of ambition in 350 banking hubs. I would assess that double, perhaps even treble, are necessary. The Economic Secretary to the Treasury, Emma Reynolds, says she is championing sufficient access for all as a priority. Can the Minister tell us what sufficient actually means? Now, as Lord Arbuthnot has been saying, in many small or medium-sized rural towns where a banking hub wouldn't be viable, the post office is now the only remaining financial institution where consumers and SMEs can do basic banking. And I'm really taken with his focus on these post offices as also functioning as the heart in many ways of the community and building the relationships within that community as well as providing service. What assurances can the Minister provide on the survival of these post offices? And the Small Business Minister, Gareth Thomas, said he wanted 99% of people to live within 3 miles of a post office. I remember trying to deal with this issue when I was an MP, and we had just a huge battle, because that within 3 miles or even 1 mile, that required you to be able to swim across the Thames to be able to actually get to the post office that had been identified. But do we now have a common sense approach to try and work out if these distances make sense for people in the way that they actually have to travel? What is the timetable? And also, can the Minister tell us how many post offices are surviving and being protected in rural areas? It's important that they're in deprived parts of urban communities, but rural areas are a greater challenge, and the Minister's views would be extremely helpful. Community access to cash pilots have been recommended for some of these areas, supposedly with tailored solutions. Can the Minister tell us if these pilots have actually taken place? My Lord, just to pick up the concerns that were raised by Lord Holmes on digital exclusion. I mean, he is the House's expert, essentially, in this area. And I found it interesting that he doesn't consider digital inclusion to be sufficient. He points very much that this goes hand in hand with the ability to receive face-to-face services. But, my lords, with 17% of social tenants without any internet access at home, and with so many others in areas where internet access is unreliable and difficult, what action is the government taking on access to skills? Lord Arbuthnot said, why not use the post office for teaching? And access to skills, and also what is it doing to upgrade the technology as part of financial inclusion? My lords, access to banking services is a necessity, it's not a luxury. Inclusive growth absolutely requires it. Our rural communities cannot be left disadvantaged. So is the government ready to get a grip on this issue, if necessary be radical, and make sure that both individuals and businesses have the financial infrastructure that they require?
My Lords, I declare my recent directorship of the Cooperative Bank, which has tried hard to maintain a good branch network, notwithstanding the widespread closures of bank branches all over the country for the past 30 years. And I commend the Right Reverend Prelate for raising this important issue for rural communities, perhaps also for Newcastle and the North East, and really for the whole country. The Church plays an important role for the vulnerable, and perhaps for all society, but banks do too, in the sense that financial services is a mirror to society. Banks and regulators have a tendency to conflate this issue with access to cash, the distance, say, to the nearest cash machine, hopefully not swimming, as the noble Baroness pointed out. And banks, of course, like to say that technology change has created a demand for online services and a reduction in the use of branches. In this, banks are conveniently in line with regulators who focus on cash machines. The FCA last year wrote to the banks with guidelines around cash services, despite efforts made in Parliament during the passage of the Financial Services and Markets Act in 2023 to protect counter services. But people like bank branches because they need help. They may need help with fraud. A young person might need help in finding out how to get a mortgage. Someone recently married might ask about opening a joint account. They might have questions around children or divorce. They might ask about getting a power of attorney for a parent or about death. In this way, bank branches become part of the life cycle of people and a community, much as retailers do. And when they close, that help and that connection inevitably fragments to social media and elsewhere. Alas, the number of bank branches has fallen everywhere, down to 5,000 or so in 2023, and probably, as we've heard, a number closer to 3,000 today. This has really been an unintended consequence of financial regulation over many years. It started with the FSA and the FCA regulations about giving financial advice, which had the consequence of banks ceasing to provide services that need financial advice. This is a good example of well-intentioned but naive regulation, where to improve consumer protection, consumers then get no help at all. And then there was cost pressure on the banks, partly as a result of regulation that made it hard to maintain buildings and branches. It is particularly regrettable that the theoretical advantages of the ring-fence banks, a theoretical concept of prudential regulation, which comes at an actual, not theoretical cost of over £1 billion a year to the economy, has had the real-world consequence of a reduction in consumer utility by the closure of branches. While the banks are safe, the banks have, as a matter of fact, closed. The noble Lord Arbuthnot referenced the plans to provide some support through post offices in the new banking hubs, and there may be charity initiatives that could maintain a degree of branch service as well. As of this year, only 100 hubs are operational, and we understand that the government has committed to achieving 350 hubs by 2029, and the post office, we think, has indicated a higher number of 500 by 2030, but clearly these numbers are insufficient, as other noble lords have pointed out. This is rather urgent in areas without any bank at all. Nevertheless, hubs are unlikely to replicate the services and knowledge of a working bank branch. There is some evidence that closures are now slowing, particularly as Lloyds Bank gets to the end of their closure programme. And there may be some competitive advantage to the remaining banks with branches, led by Nationwide, which now has the largest network of around 700 branches. The regulatory pressure to reduce the number of branches, notwithstanding the Financial Services and Markets Act 2023, may be partly offset by the needs of small businesses, which do need branches and do need to handle coins and cash, and for them we must be thankful. But branch closures are part of a wider retail shutdown going on at the moment, and all the more reason to ask the government to intervene, perhaps by asking that the banks hold their branch networks now at the level of around 3,000 branches. We could call this level, the 3,000 number, the Newcastle number, in honour of the Reverend Prelate. We do need to mark at some point where the bank closures end, and this is as good a time as any to do it now, particularly because the process is slowing. At the very least, we should give time for alternative services to grow before the situation becomes acute in rural communities, but actually acute everywhere in the country.
My Lords, can I start by thanking the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Newcastle, for this very timely debate, and I would just like to reassure her, I'm sure on behalf of all of us, that the number taking part is no reflection of the significance of the debate, rather a reflection of the time of day today and the run-up to the recess next week. And can I thank other noble lords for their significant contributions to the debate today. And just by way of context, to say, I actually live in a small market town myself. I have witnessed personally the decimation of the number of branches. I think we're left with one building society branch. But I have to say, we do have a community hub has opened up. So I do have personal experience of the issues that have been raised. I think the important thread running through all of this, of course we're talking about the rural economy and how it's going to survive throughout this, but I think the comments that have been picked up mostly by noble lords today are around communities, around vulnerability, making sure that we are inclusive in all of the work we've done. We've heard the statistics of the rapid closures today. I don't need to repeat those, but I would just like to emphasise the comments of the Right Reverend Prelate in terms of her concerns around the speed with which this is happening. I think we have to acknowledge the change that has happened in banking in recent years. And I know from personal experience the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. My family making sure that I got my act together and got fully included so they didn't have to worry, you know. I think we have to acknowledge that this has opened up a whole new tranche for people, and many people have benefited from the digital innovations that have happened. In 2017, 40% of UK adults regularly used a bank branch. By 2022, only 21% of UK adults still did, and almost 9 in 10 adults banked online or used a mobile app, and this actually includes 65% of the over 75s. I want to emphasise that it is this government's ambition to ensure that all consumers can benefit from digital services. And that is why, in the autumn budget in 2024, the government announced funding of over £500 million next year to deliver digital infrastructure upgrades through Project Gigabit and the shared rural network. Nonetheless, let me assure my noble lords that the government understands the importance of face-to-face banking to communities across the UK and continues to take action to realise the full economic potential of rural businesses and communities, picking up on the points that the noble Baroness Kramer made. For example, the government intends to introduce permanently lower tax rates for high street retail, hospitality and leisure properties with a rateable value below £500,000 from 2026-27. And in many comments have been around connectivity, and Lord Holmes, I did hear his comments about connectivity made very powerfully. And that is why on December the 17th, the government introduced the bus services bill to this House, putting power over local bus services back into the hands of local leaders, addressing the concerns that have been raised today. We've heard a lot about the target around the banking hub services, and we are working closely with banks to roll out the 350 hubs by the end of this Parliament. And as we know, over 100 have already been opened. I want to reassure noble lords of the extent of the services on offer. And of course they allow services for personal account holders, but they do also offer services to business customers so that they can withdraw cash, deposit cheques, pay bills, but they also have separate rooms where customers can see community bankers from their own bank to carry out the wider banking services that have been raised here today, such as registering a bereavement or help with changing a PIN. Whatever the need is, that service is available. And the government is committed to working with industry to ensure banking hubs meet customers' needs. And some of the banking hubs are trialling opening on Saturday mornings, which is something I think we could all look at with interest. And we will drive forward the rollout of hubs. I can't say how many hubs will open this year. This is work in progress. But I do recognise the ambition around this, and I also recognise the training needs that have been highlighted today. I think it might help if I set out the FCA's rules that underpin the rollout of banking hubs. When a bank announces a branch closure, Link, the operator of the UK's largest ATM network, will carry out an impartial assessment of communities' access to cash needs. Where Link recommends a banking hub, Cash Access UK, a not-for-profit company funded by the major banks, will provide it. Where a closure triggers an assessment, the branch cannot close until any Link recommended services have been installed. And I hope that does give some reassurances to the concerns raised. And the Link does consider population size, the number of small businesses, the levels of vulnerability, and they also consider the distance to the nearest branch and the cost and travel time via public transport. Anyone who feels a banking hub is needed, including members of this House, of course, can request an access to cash review directly through the Link website. And Baroness Kramer did particularly highlight access to services, and the government is determined to see local communities get what they need when it comes to cash and banking services, and is continually working to improve this. I would like to, of course, pay enormous tribute to the noble Lord Arbuthnot for the work that he has done with the post offices. I recognise absolutely what he was saying about them being the heart of the community. I remember the days when you used to go on a weekly basis to pick up child benefit, and the people that you met when you did that, the people knew you were okay. And this is something I'm afraid that we know we have lost. I was a proud owner of a Gyro bank account as well, and I'm delighted that post offices are stepping up to the plate in terms of offering banking services. We recognise that they have a duty to serve the communities, and I think that is at the heart of the debate. And recognise that 99% of personal banking, 95% of business banking customers can do their everyday banking at the 11,500 post offices around the country. And the comments from community, from the Noble Lord Holmes, absolutely fits in. I do want to reassure Noble Lords that the Secretary of State for the Department of Trade and Business has met the Post Office Chair, Nigel Rolton, to discuss the Post Office network. It is absolutely central to our thinking as a government. And I do appreciate that post office closures can be very concerning to communities, but unfortunately, branches can shut down for a variety of reasons, and many of these are outside of the Post Office's control. Post Office Limited works with communities to ensure that services are maintained, and the government set access criteria, ensure that services remain in reach. I think running throughout this discussion today is the issue of financial inclusion. I'm very pleased that the work on the financial inclusion strategy is carrying on and is being developed alongside a supporting committee and chaired by my colleague, the Economic Secretary. The committee's mission is to tackle a range of barriers to inclusion for excluded groups. And this includes work being taken forward by a subcommittee of consumer and industry representatives focusing on key policy issues, including digital inclusion and access to banking services, which met for the first time earlier today. And I recognise the whole issue of fraud. I think we have to emphasise this. It is one of the most cynical crimes in the country, targeting the most vulnerable, targeting the elderly. I would just like to respond to the Noble Lord Holmes that many firms also support access to digital services through all the different initiatives, but particularly picking up on his point around the accessibility of card payment terminals. I'm pleased that the UK Finance and the Royal National Institute for the Blind have developed accessibility guidelines for touch screen chip and pin services and an approved list of accessible card terminals. I accept there is certainly more to do. And access to cash, I think, is something that we've run through. But the whole issue of digital inclusion, as expressed so ably, is absolutely pivotal. This government is, through the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, taking the lead and also looking forward to working around digital barriers beyond financial services, which can include customers. The whole issue of the rollout of broadband, internet services, I think, is something that we are all aware of. What we need to understand is access to a transactional bank account is a crucial element in supporting people's financial resilience and well-being. And I think that runs throughout this. I'm very conscious that there were a number of very specific questions put to me, and I guarantee to write in response to those particular questions. But I would like to end by thanking the Right Reverend Prelate again for her timely debate and also for her continuing championing of rural banking access. I was very struck, though, that she did broaden this out and recognise that inclusion is an issue right across the country in many of our different communities. I do want to reassure her and the House that the Government will reflect very carefully on all of the points that have been raised today and in this very thoughtful and helpful debate.
My Lords, we now come finally to some instruments previously debated in Grand Committee. Energy Relief Scheme and Energy Bills Discount Scheme Regulations 2024. Baroness Twycross on behalf of Lord Hunt of King's Heath.
My Lords, on behalf of my noble friend Lord Hunt of King's Heath, I beg to move the two motions en bloc standing in his name on the order paper.
The question is that the two motions in the name of Lord Hunt of King's Heath be agreed to en bloc. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content. The content have it.
My Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
The House to now adjourn.